Thank you. Thank you very much, Ursula. I too welcome you all to this year's John Locke Lectures. It's a privilege to introduce Professor Jonardon Ganeri, currently the Bimal K. Matilal Distinguished Professor of Philosophy at the University of Toronto. Professor Ganeri is a Fellow of the British Academy, a laureate of the Infosys Prize in the Humanities, and a member of Clare Hall at Cambridge. He's had many professorships and visiting professorships in India, in Asia, in UK, in Europe. If I start listing them all, we'll be here all evening. I just want to say, I think of these lectures as a celebration of Matilal's legacy and Professor Ganeri's success. Jonardon, if I may, started out reading mathematics, but luckily for us, a chance encounter with Dummett made him realize that what he wanted to do was philosophy. Another chance encounter with Matilal resulted in a DPhil at Oxford. The rest is history. Jonardon embraced cosmopolitanism in philosophy before it became fashionable. From his first book, Semantic Powers, through many other monographs and papers, to his latest work on the Portuguese philosopher and poet Fernando Pessoa, Jonardon opens up new conversations with so-called philosophical outsiders in every book, in every paper. He lives what he believes. Philosophy is essentially a global preoccupation. It can and does benefit from epistemic pluralism in principles, in stances, and in style. Cosmopolitanism in philosophy is a new field, but whatever we have achieved so far, it is by no mean measure due to his deep insights and his relentless archaeological pursuit of materials for that project. This has often required long-haul digs in India, in Sri Lanka, in parts of Asia. I'll tell you a little story about the first time I met Jonardon in Melbourne in 2011. He looked very pale and thin. The reason being he'd been spending months in Korea digging up materials. He was a vegetarian then, and when I spoke to him, I said, "What did you eat?" "Only kimchi." What is distinctive about Jonardon's work is that it does not stop at mining new materials and opening new conversations across traditions. Hard philosophical work immediately follows. The epistemic nutrition drawn from multiple sources is put in the service of constructing new positions in philosophy of mind, metaphysics, and epistemology. This is what we should look forward to in this lecture series on the theme of seeing in Sanskrit. There will be 5 lectures every Wednesday, 5 p.m. in this room. The title of the first lecture is Seeing Face to Face, Nyāya, Realism, and at the end of the first lecture, there will be a short period for questions, followed by a drinks reception provided by the OUP. So do welcome me in joining Professor Ganeri.
Thank you so much, Monima, for that excessively generous introduction. Now, among the philosophers of classical India, some made the defense of realism into a way of life. These absolute realists unflinchingly upheld the mind independence of everything they knew, including of wholes as distinct from sums of parts, of absences as much as presences, and of subjects of experience irreducible to streams of psychological events. Their founding text was the Nyāya Sutra, a text that ranks in global significance as on a par with the Mula Madhyamaka Karika of Nagarjuna or the Theaetetus of Plato. They continued their work from the 1st century CE right through up to the 20th. Indeed, there are Nyayakas alive today. Perhaps theirs is one of the longest, uninterrupted traditions of philosophical inquiry in history. Nyayakas were realists in the philosophy of perception too, indeed naive realists, and it was to a reconstruction and defence of Nyāya, naive realism, that Bimal Matilal devoted himself. That's a picture of Matilal in conversation with Strawson. This was taken on Matilal's rooftop in Calcutta. It was to a reconstruction defence of Nyāya, naive realism, that Bimal Matilal devoted himself during the years he was in Oxford, resulting in his magisterial work, Perception, an essay on classical Indian theories of knowledge, as well as in papers written around the same time but published only later. In addition to the task of historical retrieval, Matilal provides re-articulations that make the classical theory available to contemporary philosophical audiences. And he's willing to innovate, developing the classical theory in new directions and providing fresh arguments of his own. Matilal tells the story of philosophy in classical India as an encounter between two diametrically opposed views about the nature of perceptual experience. One view, which Matilal associates with Buddhism and labels Buddhist phenomenalism, has it that what we're most immediately acquainted with in perceptual experience are mental entities of some type, perhaps akin to sense data or ideas or forms of appearance. The Sanskrit word is akara. The opposing view is that of the Nyāya philosophers, and Matilal calls it Nyāya realism. Nyāya realism is a sort of relationalism, according to which perceptual experience constitutively relates perceivers to ordinary material objects and their mind-independent properties. Well, despite being a book about a 7th centuries-old philosophical tradition, Matilal's essay was perhaps ahead of its time. For it's only been more recently that naive realism has enjoyed a renewed degree of philosophical popularity, driven largely by fresh interest among philosophers of perception, many of whom have been based in Oxford, especially the brilliant Mike Martin. For this reason, and because Matilal was himself an Oxford philosopher, I believe that now, nearly 40 years after its original publication, is a good time to revisit and reassess Matilal's singular contribution. As he reflects in a late essay on the philosophical method he chose throughout his career to employ, Matilal writes, I have willfully mixed separate disciplines in my presentation of classical Indian philosophy, the domain of the Sanskritists and Indianists, and modern Western analytical philosophy. This has been done with the conviction that such an eclectic approach would eventually be profitable and, I believe, even philosophically rewarding. I have translated back and forth the philosophical issues that faced the classical Indian philosophers in the vocabulary of modern philosophy, and vice versa. I believe such translations are both possible and fruitful for both kinds of philosophers today. I think it gives better insight into the nature of the philosophical problems as such, problems the classical people were trying to grapple with. And the reverse translation, it's hoped, may illuminate some modern issues, some unrecognized aspects of these issues, and by doing so, may stimulate creative thinking all the more. Now, we have in these remarks an anticipation of what has, in the last few years, become known as a borderless or cosmopolitan approach to philosophy. In juxtaposing ideas from classical Indian and contemporary analytical philosophy, Matalal is explicit in emphasizing that the point is to achieve something philosophically rewarding and to provide insight into the nature of philosophical problems as such. The aim is to stimulate creative thinking as opposed to being restricted to philological interpretation or historical excavation. Although some Indologists uncharitably dismissed Matalal's project as a mission impossible, I would like to claim that it was not only possible for him to succeed, but that he actually did so. In these lectures, I'll nevertheless propose a different way to tell the story of Indian epistemology. In my version, there will again be an opposition, an oscillation between two rival views. One view is that of the infallibilist relationalism, the view that perceptual experience, fundamentally constituted by relations of conscious acquaintance with mind-independent objects and their properties, is never in itself erroneous, but that we can be misled in the judgments or beliefs that we make on its basis. The advocates of such a view, as I'll show in Lecture 3, are committed to the claim that what seem to be instances of perceptual illusion are in reality nothing but cases where our actual perceptual experience has misled us into believing something false. The opposing view is the content view, which holds instead that perceptual experience represents the world as being a certain way, and so sustains accuracy conditions which may or may not be met. My argument will be that the Nyāya philosophers seek a middle way, a position that partially agrees with both infallibilism and with the content view. It agrees with the infallibilist that perceptual experience is fundamentally constituted by relations of conscious acquaintance with mind-independent objects and their properties. But it agrees with the content view that perceptual experience might itself be mistaken. Put another way, Nyāya seeks to accommodate the idea that there can be perceptual error, but to do so without any commitment to the idea that perceptual experience has representational content. Nyāya philosophers argue that perceptual experience must have a structure if we are able to account for perceptual phenomenology, perceptual error, and the epistemic role of perceptual experience in grounding judgment. Rejecting any idea that the content of perceptual experience is representational, it must rather be that whatever structure perceptual experience has, it borrows from the structure of the world as thus experienced. And I'll review the key Nyāya arguments against the content view in next week's lecture. So what I'm going to claim is that if we're to hold faith with the naive realism of the Nyāya, then their account of perceptual structure cannot quite be as Matilal formulates it. Matilal's account follows a concession made in the late first millennium under duress from Buddhism, but one which undercuts the clarity of the early thinkers' commitment to naive realism. Matilal speaks in his exegesis of the Nyāya claim that ordinary face-to-face perceptual experience is savikalpika, meaning that it's associated with vikalpa, the constructive imagination, of the the time-honoured distinction found in the entire classical literature on the Sanskrit philosophy of perception, which is made with the help of this word vikalpa, the distinction between nirvikalpika pratyaksha, perception without imagination, and savikalpika pratyaksha, perception with imagination. And he adds that such perceptual experience is, quote, infused or soaked with imagination in the sense of concept application and object identification, and necessarily contaminated with a proliferation of concepts. The metaphor here is borrowed from Peter Strawson, who writes, the actual occurrent perception of an enduring object as an object of a certain kind, or as a particular object of that kind, is soaked with or animated by or infused with concepts. Strawson intends this to be an exegesis of a claim made by Kant, where Kant says in a famous footnote that no psychologist has yet thought that the imagination is a necessary ingredient of perception itself, but the senses do not merely afford us impressions, but also put them together and produce images of objects, for which, without doubt, something more than the receptivity of impressions is required, namely a function of the synthesis of them. So let me call the Kant-Strawson thesis the thesis that genuine perceptual experience is infused or saturated or soaked with concepts. Another philosopher to channel Strawson at around the same time as Matilal is Richard Wollheim, to whose ideas about perception I'll return repeatedly in this course of lectures. Wollheim would himself subscribe to the Kant-Strawson thesis when he claims that in seeing face-to-face, a concept accrues to or is recruited to the perception so that it permeates or mixes into or becomes integrated with or blends with the perception. Strawson argues that imagination is required both to perceive a particular object as identical to the same particular object a few seconds ago, and to perceive a particular object as belonging to the same type as other particular objects. Strawson's interpretation of Kant is by no means uncontroversial. For Wilfrid Sellers, the upshot of Kant's remark is instead that perceptual consciousness involves the constructing of sense-image models of external objects, thereby associating the idea with the projection of mental images rather than concepts onto objects. The activity Dummett called proto-thought, when Dummett wrote that the vehicle of such thoughts is certainly not language, it should be said, I think, to consist in visual imagination superimposed on the visually perceived scene. And I emphasize this because in lecture 4, I'm going to argue that there is indeed a role for that idea in our best account of our ability to perceive, to experience absence. Well, the terms vikalpa and kalpana are derived from the verb klip, to produce, make, effect, shape, fashion, intend, or imagine. The association is with anything that's thought up. As David Shulman notes, particularly in poetic or other literary contexts, vikalpa as sheer imaginative production tends to be differentiated from error-ridden mental events such as illusion, hallucination, visualization, and dreams, and also from magical tricks and conjuring. Imaginative vikalpa or kalpana, to some extent, like artistic or theatrical productions, is sometimes strongly correlated to notions of true perception and is by no means simply an instantiation of false or distorted cognition. So it's not, he emphasizes, about inventing something new. The distinction is between the transcendental and the instructional uses of the imagination, between a power of the mind to transcend the world and a capacity to enrich it. We might agree then with Vachaspati and the later tradition in using the term vikalpa to designate the structure of perceptual experience. But we shouldn't equate this reference with commitment to the Kant-Strawson thesis, as Matilal also does when he says that the ordinary sense of the word imagination is an inventive, fanciful or playful application of concepts to things, while the philosophically relevant sense stands for ordinary concept application in perception. Matilal, continuing that without further ado, he adds that kalpana in ordinary Sanskrit means the same thing as imagination in ordinary English, while the technical sense is not very far from what the imagination means in the writings of Hume and Kant. More modestly, let us say simply that the structure of perceptual experience, as so designated, overlaps with the extension of the English phrase seeing as, a point Matilal also makes when he writes, I wish to argue that seeing is mostly seeing as, i.e. is seeing something as something, and it's only with regard to such seeing as that the possibility of promiscuity, the possibility of illusion, can arise. My point is going to be that the sort of perceptual structure interchangeably indicated by the phrases savikalpika or seeing as cannot be subject to the Kant-Strawson thesis if Nyāya, naive realism, is true. For indeed, we can give the vexatious term savikalpika a different interpretation. Richard Wollheim offers an important hint when he describes the perceptual project of seeing face to face as one of satisfying our visual interest or curiosity about an object present to the senses. One way to cash out this suggestion is by way of the idea, which goes back to one of the most important texts in Indian philosophy of perception, Nyāya Sutra 114, which I'm going to talk about more later in this lecture, that seeing face to face must be, as it's put there, of determinate character, vyavasaya atmaka, meaning that it cannot be of an object without any features. My very ability to see an object face to face requires that I exploit its visible features in doing so. The best way to understand the claim being made in Nyāya Sutra 114, I'm going to suggest, is with reference to a conception of perceptual experience as involving two distinct roles for features in visual attention, one in selecting an object against the background and another in accessing properties of objects so selected. That's what makes it possible for the Nyāya to construct a defense of naive realism about seeing face to face, and a highly original solution to the problem posed by the possibility of illusion. For these philosophers of Vikalpa is not a construct of the imagination, but a real mind-independent entity. And to see an object face to face is to see something in it, whether correctly or not. To describe perceptual experience as savikalpika is simply to affirm that it's structured or complex, in Volheim's phrase. There need be no further commitment to the Kant-Strawson thesis. So in what follows in the rest of this lecture, I'll review Matilal's presentation of Nyāya realism, and I'll argue that a defect in his reconstruction has the unfortunate consequence that it does not adequately establish that Nyāya is indeed naive realist. I'll outline what I take to be the key commitments of naive realism, and then I'll offer a new interpretation of Nyāya Sutra 114. Drawing on some recent work in the psychology of attention, I'll defend a naive realist reading of the concept of perceptual structure, such as is implicit in this text. Excuse me a second. In his reconstruction of the view he labels Nyāya realism, Matilal identifies as fundamental the following set of theses. Direct realism, what we're directly aware of in our perception is the physical reality that exists independently of our awareness of it. Empiricism, perceiving is knowing in the most direct sense, and there's no further basis or foundation or ground which is more indubitable or certain, and from which such perceptual knowledge is derived or inferred. There's a whole set of argumentation for these claims, which I'll look at next week in great detail. But in this, briefly what he says is that we see as well as touch physical objects, wholes, bodies, and their properties as well. We see and touch wholes and substrata because they have parts and properties, but not necessarily because we see or touch those parts and properties. Then there's a claim about illusion. An analysis of perceptual illusion is possible without the assumption of sense data or sense impressions intervening between the perceiver and the physical world. And finally, there's a claim about perceptual consciousness, that a cognitive event may occur or pass away unnoticed or unperceived. We may neither recall it nor communicate it to others. So the first thesis is a claim about the phenomenal character of perceptual experience, that such experience fundamentally consists in the presence of the world to us. That provides a key motivation for naive realism. A common argument in favour of naive realism is that it is the account of perception which best makes sense of the deliverances of intuition. Matalal attributes just such an argument to Nyāya, writing, "The Nyāya realist subscribing to naive or direct realism says that the best way to make sense of our pre-philosophical intuition about the felt existence of objects is to regard them as directly grasped by our visual perception." The next thesis provides the key Nyāya argumentation for naive realism. The argument is that the visual experience of a whole object doesn't reduce to a visual experience of its parts, and neither does it reduce to a visual experience of any of its properties. Next week I'm going to call these the arguments from completion and from selection. If sound, these arguments would represent a novel defence of naive realism, by which I mean a defence unrepresented in the contemporary discussion, though one which has its roots deep in the Nyāya tradition. Matalal formulates the problematic thus. He writes, "It is, I think, philosophically significant to ask why a Nyāyika believed that the whole must be distinct from the parts in order to justify his belief in his brand of direct realism, and why the thesis that knowledge is not self-revealing was for him a stepping stone towards proving the objectivity of the external world." Another claim is that the naive realist has available an account of illusion, and the so-called argument from illusion is therefore not fatal to the Nyāya view. I'm going to argue in the third lecture that the Nyāya provide an exemplary, non-disjunctivist analysis of illusion, fully in keeping with their naive realist commitments. And a final claim is that naive realism is that Nyāya realism is committed to a particular view about perceptual consciousness, namely that perceptual consciousness is non-reflexive. If, as it were, experience is a transparent window onto the world, then the window itself is not seen in the act of seeing the world, nor should we conflate the perceptual experience itself with what is perceived. It would require a separate endeavour to bring the window into view. Noting a link between these claims, Matalal writes, "Nyāya will say that in the case of perceptual illusion, we all have also an inward perception," Nayakas call it an anuvyavasaya, that we've had an external perception. In other words, we not only reach a judgment of the form, "this is silver," but also in the next moment, another inward judgment of the form, "I perceive that this is silver." This, for Nyāya, seems to supply strong experiential evidence in favour of the perceptual character of the experience, namely an illusion. Another way to make the same point would be to say that illusions have a perceptual phenomenology and so cannot be reduced to doxastic or any other type of non-perceptual state. For Nyāya philosophers, all illusion is partial. It's always of the form X looks F, where even though it's not the case that X is F, X is an object with which the misperceiver stands in an experiential relation of presentation. The fact that illusion is always at least partially perceptual is the reason that Nyāya will not apply a disjunctivist strategy in the case of illusion, banishing illusion entirely from the realm of the perceptual. Now, from a perspective grounded in contemporary work on naive realism, there is nevertheless a serious problem with Matalal's formulation of the Nyāya position, in that he assumes that direct realism is equivalent to or sufficient for naive realism. What direct realism affirms is that perceptual experience of physical reality doesn't depend on perceiving a mediating mental reality. An object is perceived directly if and only if perceiving it doesn't depend on perceiving some other object. As Burge, Searle and others have noted, however, this is compatible with representationalism. A representationalist only claims that experience represents the world by having accuracy conditions. That, as Susanna Schellenberg puts it, the most minimal representationalist commitment is that perceptual experience is a matter of a subject representing her environment as being a certain way. This commitment, however, is compatible with directness. The fact that an experience represents the world by having accuracy conditions doesn't imply that the experience involves awareness of a representation, such as a sense datum or mental image, which would be a mediating object of awareness for the perceiver. So Burge observes that we must distinguish representationalism from a veil of perception view, what he calls a veil of perception view. He says, the veil of perception view holds that the primary objects of perception are internal mental items or other non-environmental items. The primary reference are sense data or phenomenal qualities in the mind. On such a view, experience of the physical world is held to be indirect, both in not being the first object of perceptual reference and in being the product of an epistemically evaluable inference from more fundamental objects of perception. However, perceptual representation does not produce a veil of ideas, because the first objects of perceptual reference are physical entities in the environment. This is a sense in which perceptual representations are directly about the environment. They're referentially non-derivative. Perception of distal physical entities does not go by way of reference to entities closer in, and perceptual consciousness is fundamentally of the physical world. The point is that for the representationalist, having content is a matter of possessing satisfaction conditions, and this is compatible with the objects of perception being mind-independent entities in the world. So Matalal argues convincingly that Nyāya is committed to the thesis that perceptual experience is direct, that what we're directly aware of in our perception is the physical reality that exists independently of our awareness of it. What's distinctive of naive realism is the stronger claim that objects in the surrounding environment, as well as their properties, are essential to the underlying metaphysical nature of experiences that are genuinely perceptual, i.e. that objects are, in some sense, constituents of perceptual experience. If the direct realist says that subjects see objects, as it were, face to face, what the naive realist claims is that this is so only because contra-representationalism, standing in a relation of conscious acquaintance with those very objects, is fundamental to the constitution of perceptual experience itself. So Matalal is insufficiently sensitive to the fact that a demonstration that Nyāya is committed to directness does not, in itself, establish that it is naive realist. Indeed, in interpreting perceptual structure in line with the Kant-Strawson thesis, Matalal runs a further risk of conflating Nyāya naive realism with a direct version of representationalism. Perceptual experience relates perceivers to mind-independent objects and their properties. But in redescribing this as the claim that objects are perceived as falling under concepts, and thus assimilating the Nyāya notion of a vikalpa or prakara to that of a concept, there's a clear danger that the role of the vikalpa or prakara is to provide perceptual experience with satisfaction conditions. Matalal himself writes, "The dispute over vikalpa is whether all vikalpas are fictional or some of them are true representations of reality," he writes in a revealing slip. Yet it's fundamental to naive realism that perceived properties are objects of acquaintance, where the notion of acquaintance is roughly such that a subject is acquainted with an object if they're in a position to think about that object in virtue of a perceptual link and without the use of any conceptual or descriptive intermediary. In short, Matalal's conceptualism about perceptual structure risks leaving open a representationalist reading of naive realism, rather than clearly identifying it as a variety of naive realism. Now, let me say something about what naive realism is, and then turn to Nyāya Sutra 114 and make a new case that it is a genuine statement of a naive realist position. Naive realism claims that the epistemological and phenomenological features of perception are to be explained entirely in terms of perceivers standing in a relation of direct sensory awareness to mind-independent objects and their properties. A naive realist, writes Martin Steenhagen, takes a perceptual experience to be a kind of episode or event that's fundamentally both presentational and relational. Where to claim that perceptual experiences are fundamentally presentational is to claim at least that perceptual experiences are, by their very nature, constituted, at least in part, by mind-independent objects and their manifest properties. And to claim that perceptual experiences are fundamentally relational is to claim that perceptual experiences involve a distinct conscious relation between a conscious subject and some object. What naive realism claims, as Mike Martin puts it, is that our sense experience of the world is, at least in part, non-representational, that some of the objects of perception, the concrete individuals, their properties, the events these partake in, are constituents of the experience. In particular, to claim that a perceptual episode is non-representational, but rather presentational, is to claim that the mind-independent objects and their qualities are constitutive of the episode in such a manner that those objects and qualities determine the phenomenal character of the episode. Now, the most austere version of naive realism says that perceptual phenomenology is entirely constituted by the objects and properties in the scene with which one is so related. That's the view famously expressed by John Campbell when he writes, "The phenomenal character of your experiences as you look around the room is constituted by the actual layout of the room itself, which particular objects are there, their intrinsic properties such as colour and shape, and how they're arranged in relation to one another and to you." What the austere version claims is that what it's like to have an experience is wholly determined by the properties and objects one perceives. Challenges to the austere view, in the form of considerations about the influence of covert attention shifts on perceptual phenomenology, such as shifting one's attention between two dots without moving one's eyes, or the physical constitution of the sensory faculties, or about top-down influences on perception and cognitive penetration, and about visual blur, lead naive realists to acknowledge that features of the subject have a role to play in determining phenomenal character. So a mitigated version of naive realism is one which permits both features of the subject and features of the scene perceived to play a role in determining phenomenal character. As Heather Logue puts it, it's open to the naive realist to claim that phenomenal character is determined by the obtaining of the perceptual relation more broadly. That is, naive realism can appeal to both relata in accounting for the phenomenal character of veridical experience, as well as to facts about the relation itself. The point is that naive realism must explain not just which objects and properties a perceiver experiences, but also how they're experienced. As Adam Pouts puts it, what you experience stays the same, but the way you experience it changes. And Campbell himself, in more recent work, now says that the perceptual relation is a three-place relation, introducing as a relatum the point of view of the perceiving subject. He now says there's not only the scene you're observing, there's the way in which you're observing it, cashing out this idea of a sensory mode of presentation in terms of the attentional structure of the experiential relation. On the relational view, then, the way things are in one's environment, together with attention and point of view, constitute one's perceptual experience. To claim, meanwhile, that perceptual experience is fundamentally relational is to claim that a distinctive kind of conscious perceptual relation obtains between you as subject of the experience and various entities that you're perceptually aware of in having that experience. A relationist holds that perceptual experiences have a relational nature such that in a perceptual experience, a perceiving subject stands in a perceptual relation to mind-independent objects. It's sometimes said that a naive realist is not committed to relationalism simply in virtue of their commitment to the claim that mind-independent items partly constitute perceptual experience. For to borrow an analogy of Steenhagen, an outfit of clothing is partly constituted by its garments without fundamentally involving a relation between the wearer and those same garments. And yet it is held by the majority of naive realists that a commitment to relationalism is the only or best way for naive realism to meet its explanatory goals. The only way, for example, to explain the fact that the phenomenology of perceptual experience is one of openness and transparency is by appeal to the idea that such experience relates conscious subjects to the mind-independent objects around them. And that too is the best way to explain the fact that perceptual experience is knowledge, indeed the most fundamental sort of knowledge about the world. That's a thesis, as we saw, Matlal identifies as partly constitutive of Nyāya realism. As James Jonardon puts it, in claiming that relations of awareness to objects and properties are part of the fundamental metaphysical nature of perceptual experience, naive realists hold that such relations are sufficient to account for the main explanatory challenges facing a theory of perception, in particular the phenomenology and epistemic role of experience. So let me now return to Mattelar's claim that Nyāya realism is a variety of naive realism and consider what else can be said in its defence. The locus classicus of the Nyāya theory of perception is Nyāya Sutra 114, a sutra that imposes 4 constraints upon perceptual experience. It says, genuine perceptual experience is independent of language, of vyapadesha, inerrant, of vyabhichari, of definite character, vyavasayatmaka, and results from, utpana, a connection, a sanikarsha, between sense and object. So are we, on the basis of this sutra, able to conclude that perceptual experience is considered in Nyāya to be as naive realism claims it to be? The metaphysics of classical Nyāya is indeed one in which the world consists in mind-independent objects and their various properties. More particularly, Nyāya appropriates the 6-fold ontology of classical Vaisheshika, according to which objects, their particular qualities, including movements, the various kinds, natural and artifactual, under which they fall, as well as their individuating hakaities and a unique metaphysical relation of inherence, together with a later category of absences, constitutes what there is. Nyāya Sutra 114 introduces perceptual experience by appeal to the idea of a connection, a sanikarsha, between the sense faculties and items in this ontology, further elaborating conditions that must be met for the connection to be genuinely perceptual. The additional conditions are not offered in the spirit of conceptual analysis, but are rather meant as aids or reminders as to the very nature of perceptual experience. Perceptual experience connects subjects of experience with items in a mind-independent world. But what grounds do we have, first of all, to think that the connection in question is one of conscious acquaintance? Fortunately, the early commentator Udyotakara comes to our assistance. He clarifies that the connection is either one of contact, some yoga, when the item perceived is an object, or inherence in what's contacted when the item is perceived as a feature of an object, or a qualified qualifier relation when what's perceived is an absence, the floor as qualified by the absence of a water jug, for example. In Vaisheshika ontology, neither contact nor inherence is a causal relation. They are rather synchronic relations between separate items in the ontology. The items with which perceptual experiences places us in connection are just those that are present to us. Ujjatakara clarifies that the reach of perceptual experience is, in the terminology of Susanna Siegel, rich and not conservative, when he says that the connection is one that can hold between a subject's sense faculties and not only ordinary substantial objects like water jugs, but also the particular qualities and movements of such objects, the natural and artifactual kinds to which such objects, qualities and movements belong, and indeed to absences. In later Nyāya, the catch-all term vishayata, or objecthood, serves to denote the relation of conscious acquaintance between an experience and any of the mind-independent items which fall within its reach. The representationalist claims that perceptual experience has intentionality, meaning that it represents the world as being a certain way, its content providing experience with accuracy conditions. I suggest that this is exactly what is being targeted and rejected by the phrase independent of language of Vyapadesha. Vatsyayana explains that the view being excluded is, I quote, that there are names for every object of awareness, and proper awareness of objects is wrapped up in names. As such, perceptual experience is verbal in nature. Words express concepts, and concepts are what provide conditions of satisfaction. So the phrase independent of language in Nyāya Sutra 114 is there simply to affirm that the Nyāya theory of perception is non-representationalist, but rather presentational. One of the ideas that's fundamentally distinctive of naive realism, namely the claim that objects in the surrounding environment, as well as their properties, are essential to the underlying metaphysical nature of experiences that are genuinely perceptual. That the relation between objects and experience is constitutive and not causal. Somewhat unfortunately, Nyāya Sutra 114 uses the phrase arises from, utpana, and says that perceptual experience arises from a connection with the world. Yet in delimiting the reach of perceptual experience, naive realism must be committed to what Adam Pautz calls a simple causal theory of experiential acquaintance. He writes, when you perceive the sphere, you experience its blue colour and its shape, but not its electrical charge. Why is that? According to the basic causal theory, the idea is that your visual system is causally responsive in the right way to its colour and shape, but not to its electric charge. You can think of it this way. Experiential acquaintance is a kind of irreducible mental arrow pointed at the states of objects. But in the actual world, in order for this arrow to be pointed at those external states, there must be a causal process going in the opposite direction from those states to the right processes in the subject's brain. So let's then charitably interpret the Utpana in Nyāya Sutra 114 as an allusion to the simple causal theory underpinning any version of naive realism. Another statement of the same argument is that what it serves to exclude are forms of connection that do not sustain perceptual experience, such as contact with what is in contact, samyukta, samyoga, as when something attached to the back surface of the wall is in contact with the perceived front surface. So now in the final section, let me return to the whole topic of the structure of perceptual experience. The early Nyāya view is that perceptual experience is fundamentally presentational. What distinguishes the view is its further insistence that objects and their qualities are presented as standing in a certain relation, so that perceptual presentation is inherently structured. The underlying idea has been expressed particularly well in a recent essay by Scott Sturgeon. Sturgeon makes the point in terms of a role for perceptual experience for what he calls portrayal. He writes, "Visual experience is remarkable for two reasons. It seems to involve conscious portrayal of the world, and it seems to involve perceptual contact with the world. When one sees a cat in the ordinary way, for instance, that bit of consciousness seems to involve the worldly depiction of a cat somehow, and it also seems to involve perceptual contact with a cat. There's much debate about such depiction and perceptual contact, and we needn't commit to any story about them. For our purposes, we shall merely say that visual experience has a portrayal side, and we'll mean by that remark solely that it involves conscious depiction of reality somehow. And for our purposes, we shall merely say that visual experience has a perceptual side, and we'll merely mean by that solely that it can make perceptual contact with reality somehow." Now, inclusion of the phrase "of definite character" Vyavasayatmaka in the Nyāya Sutra description of perceptual experience, I suggest, alludes to the same idea. We can defer to Vatsyayana again, the first commentator, for the beginnings of an explanation. Vatsyayana explains that, he says, a person looking at something at a distance is unable to determine precisely what it is, whether it's smoke or a cloud of dust, so as to exclude from the ranks of genuine perception such unclear cognition, unavadharana jnana, which does arise from a connection between a sense faculty and an object. The sutra's author uses the qualifier "of definite character." So genuine perceptual experience is avadharana, meaning that the manner in which it presents mind-independent objects in the world is not indeterminate as to their character. Perceptual experience doesn't merely present an object, but also portrays it in a certain way. What the perceiver is presented with are never objects in the raw, nirvikalpika, but always objects having a certain specific character. Seeing an object is phenomenologically not a matter of bare acquaintance with it. Rather, what we should say is that one's acquaintance with the object consists in being acquainted with a feature in that object that perceptual experiences feature involving. The work done by an appeal to the locative here is to provide a way of talking about the relationship between two aspects in the phenomenology of perceptual experience. That, as regards this phenomenology, a feature, Sanskrit it's called a lokati or a dharma, is presented as being in an object, a location, an adhara. In philosophical Sanskrit, indeed, the same idiom turns into a general language of location to be used for any case of property ascription. A Sanskrit logician will say that one sees mango-ness in a mango, where in English one would be more likely to say that one sees it as a mango. Uddiyotaka in effect distinguishes three relations of location: contact, samyoga, inherence, samavaya, and qualification, visheshanata. These are exploited in our rich perceptual experience. The first for seeing dents in surfaces or feeling a pain in the knees. The second for seeing holes in parts and qualities in objects. And the third, peculiarly, for seeing absences of things in the places wherefrom those things are absent. Now, I would like to relate this point, Nyāya point, with some recent work in the psychology of attention. The contemporary naive realist John Campbell has argued that attention performs two distinct roles in the visual experience of objects, which he calls selection and access. In visually attending to a scene, he writes, one dimension of your experience has to do with the characteristics of objects that you would report them to have, act with respect to, or report yourself as experiencing. But another, more fundamental dimension of visual experience has to do with how you grab the object visually in the first place. How in vision you snatch it out from the rest of the visual array as something on which you're going to focus. This is not a matter of you representing the object in experience. It's not a matter of experiential representation at all. It has to do with the relation between you and the object. It makes a constitutive difference to your visual experience, and it reflects the mind independence of the thing. And he continues, Huang and Pashla, these are the psychologists of attention that he's drawing on, draw a fundamental distinction between selection and access in visual attention. This is a distinction between two ways a perceived property can function in relation to an object or region. Grabbing the thing out from its background, i.e. selection, is one thing, and characterizing it, i.e. access, is another. So a property may be used to select the object or region, or the property may be accessed as a property of that object or region. Selection is what makes the object or region visible in the first place. Selection is what makes it possible for the subject to focus on that object or region in order to ascertain its various properties. Access is a matter of the subject making it explicit in one way or another, just which manifold properties the object or region has. The key point is that whether or not a property is being used to select an object in experience is one thing, and whether the subject is accessing that property of the object is another. you can use a property of the object to snatch it out. It's a further step to make it explicit that the object has that property. Now, in fact, this very same distinction between selection and access is already available in the classical Indian sources. The early Theravada text, Questions of Milinda, makes the distinction in terms of what are there called vichara and vitarka. The first having to do with the initial taking up of a topic, the second consisting in a subsequent mulling over. As a carpenter fixes a well-turned piece of wood on a socket, so is fixing the mind the distinguishing mark of vitarka. As a bronze gong that has been struck reverberates afterwards and the sound lingers on, so vitarka is to be understood as a striking and vichara as reverberating. The later Theravada author Buddhaghosa provides several other similes to explicate the distinction. The first is like a potter pressing the clay down on the wheel, and the second is like the clay being turned. The first is like the thorn which holds a string in the middle of a circle. The second is like the tracing of the circle itself. I think that this distinction is exactly the distinction we need to explain what's going on in Nyāya Sutra 114. There the problem is that there are two phrases, independent of language and of definite character, and it seemed to the later Nyāyikas that there was no way they could be both true of a single type of perceptual experience. Matilal writes that these phrases led to a vortex of controversy, eventually suggesting a radical distinction between conception-free, nirvikalpika perception, and conception-loaded, savikalpika perception. Here, though, is what we can now say. By the phrase of definite character, what is meant is that in perceptual experience, a feature of the perceived object is accessed. It's made explicit, can be the basis of verbal report and action, and the perceiver can report themselves as experiencing it. The phrase independent of language only superficially contradicts this, because what that phrase refers to is the role of a feature in the selection of an object. An object is grabbed or snatched from its background, and this is done on the basis of a contrast. But the feature whose role it is so to facilitate the selection of an object need not itself be one to which the perceiver has access. Campbell says that, quote, we may draw a distinction between two different aspects of attention and between two different roles a perceived property can play in attention. Attention is selecting an object or region, and it's also finding out something about its properties. So there's accessing a property of an already selected object or region, and there's using a property as the basis on which an object or region is selected in the first place. He describes the use of a property in selection as a visual mode of presentation and relates it to the idea of a way of perceiving an object. Indeed, in later Nyāya, exactly that idea is expressed in terms of the notion of a dharmata vichedaka, a delimiter of the property of being the object, where this is to be distinguished from the prakara, the property accessed in perception. And when Campbell writes that the mode of presentation of a perceptually demonstrated object has to be characterized not in terms of any internal qualia or any description that the subject accesses, but rather in terms of an external property, of an external thing that the subject uses to select that object perceptually, so that sameness of mode of presentation is the same thing as sameness of the external property on the basis of which the object is selected, and difference in mode of presentation is the same thing as difference of the property of the basis of which the object is selected. That is exactly in agreement with the developed Nyāya view. So to summarise then what I've been trying to argue in this lecture, my reading of Nyāya Sutra 114 has it that genuine perceptual experience is constituted by a relation with an object, the phenomenological nucleus or anchor of the experience in Matilal's nice expression, a direct relation of experiential acquaintance that's irreducible to satisfaction conditions, and that it locates a perceptual feature in that nucleus where this act of perceptual location is not a matter of seeing the object as falling under a concept. The early Nyāya view about the relationship between what Sturgeon aptly calls the portrayal and perceptual sides of a given perceptual experience is to be understood in terms of the idea that perceptual attention is Boolean, that is to say that it consists in the two dimensions of selection and access. Vachaspati took a different view. His claim, which came to be established among later Nyāya thinkers up to Gangesha, was that the two phrases, independent of language and of definite character, are irreconcilable, and that the sutra has to be read as introducing a distinction between two kinds of perceptual experience, which he called nirvikalpika and savikalpika. Nirvikalpika perception is a sort of perceptual experience in the raw, the unstructured perception of objects. What I've argued is that once it's recognised that there are two distinct roles for attention within any perceptual experience, we can read the two controversial phrases in Nyāya Sutra 114 as referring to these two roles. The idea has its best early statement in another sutra, Nyāya Sutra 4237, which I'm going to talk about in more detail in Lecture 3, which speaks of perceptual experience as being twofold in nature, consisting in a tattva, the object, and pradhana, the feature, which is a clear reference to the idea I have been trying to defend, that all perceptual experience is structured in nature. I've argued that our thinking about the structured nature of perception in Nyāya must be freed from the pervasive grip of the Kant-Strawson thesis if we're to reconcile it with the Nyāya commitment to naive realism. So let me conclude by outlining how I plan to proceed from here in the next lectures. So in the lecture next week, I'll attempt to retrieve from Nyāya sources fresh arguments in favour of relationalism and against the content view. The key one being that relationalism best explains amodal completion, our ability to see wholes. And in the third lecture, I'll defend the Nyāya claim that illusions are genuinely perceptual, as against the infallibilist that they consist in erroneous belief. In the fourth and fifth lectures, I'll talk about interconnections between our ability to experience absence and the perceptual project which Richard Wollheim contrasted with seeing face to face, namely seeing in the representational arts, which for the Indians primarily means seeing in the theatre. And in all of this, my defence of Nyāya as a non-disjunctivist, naive realism will hinge on rethinking the relation of perceptual presentation. With that, I'll conclude. So thank you very much. In the last lecture, I argued for a reading of Nyāya Sutra 114, which has it that genuine perceptual experience is constituted by a relation with an object, the phenomenological nucleus of the experience, a direct relation of experiential acquaintance that's irreducible to satisfaction conditions, and that it locates a perceptual feature in that nucleus, where this actual perceptual location is not a matter of seeing the object as falling under a concept. I claimed then that the early Nyāya theory about the relationship between what Scott Sturgeon aptly calls the portrayal and perceptual sides of a given perceptual experience is not happily captured by an appeal to what I called the Kant-Strawson thesis, but is much more felicitously understood in terms of the idea that perceptual attention is Boolean. That is to say, that it consists in the two dimensions of selection and access. The Nyāya Sutra 114 thesis that perceptual experience is always of definite character can now be reformulated in a simple slogan: in visual experience, there's no selection of a nucleus without access to some feature. A further step in interpreting the idea of perceptual structure in Nyāya is by way of careful attention to an aspect of Sanskrit syntax, the use of the locative case. Matilal analyses it in some detail. In an essay entitled On the Notion of the Locative in Sanskrit, he points out that a general syntactic construction in which one thing is located in or on another serves the function of what in English would be more naturally expressed in terms of property possession. So he writes, a locatee, a dharma, could not be called a property in the usual sense of the term. It can be any occurrent entity, either an abstract particular, locatee, hood itself is one such abstract particular, or even a concrete particular, a pot, or an abstract generality, sweetness in sugar. This is what is meant by such assertions as Vrittiman Dharmaha, a locatee is something, is what is occurrent in something else. And in more detail, in the posthumously published book, The Character of Logic in India, he writes, Sanskrit linguistic intuition allows us to call a pot a dharma of its respective locus, but we cannot call it a property, for it's counterintuitive to call a pot a property of the ground on which it is present. We can say there is a pot on the ground, bhutale gataha, which is equivalent to the ground is pot possessing, gatavat bhutalam, and gatavat, pot possessing, is as common in Sanskrit as sweet or blue or any other adjectival expression. A locatee word can easily be turned into an adjectival by the use of possessive suffixes, vat, mut, or in. Sanskrit logicians use this double mechanism of substantivizing and possessive suffixes to assimilate the usual subject-predicate sentences into their locus loquati model. Thus, the mango is sweet becomes the mango is sweetness possessing, and then there is sweetness possessingness in the mango, or there is sweetness in the mango. For Sanskrit logicians argue that the two operations, use of a possessive suffix and substantivization, are reciprocal. In Sanskrit idiom, then, attributions of perceptual experience are fundamentally of the form S sees F in X, where F is the dharma or locati and X is the dharmin or location. This construction is much applicable to everyday cases of seeing as to Volheimian cases of pictorial perception. To see the mango as sweet, is expressed in Sanskrit idiom as a case of seeing sweet, or technically sweetness possessingness, in the mango, sweet thereby constituting the look of the mango. As I mentioned in the first lecture, I would like to read the role of the dharmin, dharma, or location, locati distinction here in the light of a distinction that's been made in recent work on the nature of perceptual attention and the role of attention in perceptual experience. Attention has two constitutive roles in perceptual experience, which Huang and Paschler term selection and access in their Boolean map theory of attention. As Huang notes, these are two sides of visual attention, selection being of an object, which is a continuous region and encodes the notion of a process to reject distractors in the control of attention, while access is defined as the limit on the content or quantity in some sense of visual information that is able to reach the stage of consciousness at any moment. That selection and access are distinct parameters in attention is evident in the fact that they can be manipulated separately. That's what they showed in their paper and illustrated by this diagram, which we can talk about later if you want to. Now, in his, excuse me a second. In his initial summary of the tenets of Nyāya realism, Matalal stated that we see as well as touch physical objects, wholes, bodies, and their properties as well. We see and touch wholes and substrata because they have parts and properties, but not necessarily because we see or touch those parts and properties. This is a highly compressed statement of a pair of key Nyāya arguments for naive realism. I'm going to call them the argument from selection and the argument from completion. Here are less compressed formulations of the first argument, the argument from selection. Matalal writes, the naive realist argues that we see things and touch them directly, for our pre-philosophical thinking cannot be all wrong. The object of our veridical perceptual awareness under this view is the external thing, and not simply its sensible qualities, such as colour or shape. If this is a fair characterization of the position called naive realism, then it's not very different from what I shall call Nyāya realism in the Indian context. And again he says, the Nyāya position is that we see the opaque physical object, the piece of silver, for example, because of the presence of these properties, but not necessarily because we first see these properties, as a preliminary to the second, mediate perception. I see it because it has a colour, but not necessarily because I see that colour. What's rejected is the idea, in my preferred terminology, that the way one selects an object is by accessing its properties. That would evidently collapse into a form of representationalism, and Udyotakara presents such a representationalist in his commentary under Nyāya Sutra 1114, a controversial sutra about the direct objects of perceptual experience. A Buddhist representationalist is given to object as follows. It's wrong for you to claim that an object such as a water jug itself is perceived by means of vision or touch. Rather, it's colours which are experienced with a certain shape, and perceptually experiencing a water jug is a matter of experiencing the shape by way of experiencing the colours. So to put this argument in our terms, what it claims is that it's only by way of accessing its colour properties that there's visual experience of the object itself. Let me call this the determination of selection by access thesis, that in visual experience the subject selects an object in virtue of accessing its properties. I'll just refer to it as the determination thesis in future. This is the claim that the representationalist argument rests on. For if it is by way of my accessing the colour properties of an object that I selected, it follows that those properties constitute a satisfaction condition for object perception. The very same claim is used in an argument against naive realism found in certain contemporary philosophers of perception. David Smith asks how a naive realist can explain how a green square erroneously looks to be yellow when visually perceiving an object's shape requires seeing that object's colour. Following Boyd Miller, let me call this the interdependence objection. Miller writes, the distinct phenomenal features instantiated by a given perceptual experience are, to a significant extent, interdependent. For example, as Fish and Smith note, when you see the shape of a coloured object, you see the object's shape in virtue of seeing its colour. But visual illusions often occur where the subject accurately perceives an object's shape but misperceives its colour. In such a case, then, the naive realist can't claim that your experience's shape phenomenology is constituted by your acquaintance with the object's shape, while your experience's colour phenomenology is constituted by something else. Now, as Ian Phillips has noted, this argument against a naive realist account rests on a controversial background assumption, the assumption that visually perceiving an object's shape requires seeing that object's colour, or that you see an object's shape in virtue of seeing its colour. And that assumption is just what our Nyāya philosophers reject in their reply to the Buddhist argument rehearsed by Udyotakara. The principal textual source for their argument is Vaisheshika Sutra 4.1.6-9. As with all these sutras, they're a little obscure, but let's go through it. 4.1.6 says, middle-sized objects are perceived by virtue of having colour and being composite. Atoms are not perceived because they're non-composite. The air is not perceived because it's colourless. Colours are perceived by virtue of inhering in a composite object and as particular colours. Notice that our philosophers are primitivists about colour. No distinction is drawn between Locke's primary and secondary qualities. We can see objects as long as they have a certain size and colour. That's why we can see neither the minuscule nor the translucent. We see colours too, especially insofar as they're qualities of physical objects. Now, Matilal reconstructs this Vaisheshika Sutra argument in the following way. He writes, one sees the tomato because it is coloured and also because it's gross and a complete body made of parts, cf. Vaisheshika Sutra 416. And one sees the red colour too because the red particular resides or inheres in a composite substance and it has a specific nature, cf. Vaisheshika Sutra 419. But the sceptical argument would have us believe that one sees the tomato because one sees its red colour or a red-like appearance. We very often, however, see things directly and not in virtue of seeing other things. I do not see a red-coloured circular shape first to see in virtue of it a tomato that I see. But I see a red-coloured circular-shaped object, a tomato, first and last. Nyāya would say that a representationalist puts the in virtue relation in the wrong place. One does not see the tomato in virtue of seeing a coloured shape. Rather, one sees the tomato in virtue of its having a coloured shape. So what Matilal argues, in effect, is that the determination thesis, the determination of selection by access thesis, is false, and that its falsity follows from a thesis he does endorse about selection, the thesis I'll call subpersonal selection, that the properties on the basis of which an object is selected are not themselves experienced by the subject. What a subject experiences are only the properties to which the subject has access. That is to say, Matilal's view is that selection is subserved by subpersonal mechanisms in the visual system. Elsewhere, he writes that Nyāya scores here an important point in favour of direct realism. In hitting the car, I necessarily hit its part, but in seeing the tree, I need not see its surface, although the surface may stimulate my visual organ. It follows from this that the properties exploited by subpersonal mechanisms in selection are not themselves or need not be consciously accessed by the perceiver, and so that determination is false. It will also follow that visual experience of objects and their properties is direct in the sense of not being dependent on visual experience of anything else. The subpersonal selection thesis is, however, suspect. It's implausible to claim that the colours on the basis of which a perceiving subject selects an object are not themselves experienced by the subject. That point has been made forcibly by John Campbell. Campbell claims that conscious sensory experience should itself be tied to selection and not restricted to access. He writes, the sense in which colours are given to us in sensory experience needs careful glossing. It's natural to equate being given the colours of things in experience as a matter of accessing those colours for potential further use. But that's not what I'm suggesting. I'm proposing that we're given colours in experience in the sense that the various colours we encounter are available for use in the selection of objects as figure from ground. Having selected those objects, we may then go on to access their various properties. On this approach, the correct way to formulate a relational account of perceptual experience is to think of the relation as holding between a thinker and an array of visible properties at various locations, available for use in the selection of objects as figure from ground. Objects figure in sensory experience only when selected as figure from ground, ready to have their further characteristics accessed. Consider Campbell's main example. The colourblind cannot see a figure 5 in an Ishihara colour test for colour vision, where the 5 is made up from green blobs against a background of red blobs, all of which randomly vary in every respect other than hue. Colour is used in the normally sighted as a way to select an object in the visual field. And the object selection is what gives rise to visual experience. It's tempting to say that what's going on is that the blobs have been visually labelled with red or green colour labels, and that the experience of the figure 5 is as a result of accessing those colour labels. But imagine that the subject is a child who has not yet learned any colour concepts, but with normal colour vision. Or for that matter, any creature able to use colour to discriminate objects, but lacking in the ability to report or deliberate about colour. Since they would still be visually conscious of the figure 5 against the background, it must be the case that colour experience here is tied not to access but to selection, that their experience of colour is the basis on which they select an object, here the figure 5. Campbell writes, "It's hard to imagine how you could see the 5 without having conscious experience of the various colours involved. If you did not have conscious experience of the various colours, you might perhaps have a hunch that there's a 5 there in the scene. You might, if forced to guess which figure is present, actually guess that the number in the scene is a 5. But if the 5 is visibly there, as a 5 can be present in ordinary vision, then we could not imagine how that could be unless you had phenomenal awareness of colour. It's not exactly that there's a contradiction in the idea of seeing the 5 in this kind of case without experiencing its colour. The problem is that the experience seems entirely unimaginable. We can make nothing of the idea of such an experience. So I suggest that it's possible to read Vaisheshika Sutra 4.1.6-9 in a way that rejects the determination thesis, as Matilal wants to, but does so without entailing commitment to Matilal's subpersonal selection. Suppose one does select an object on the basis of one's visual experience of a range of colour contrasts, thereby grabbing an object from its background. It's still an open matter what lokati, what dharma, one sees in the selected object. So one's visual experience of the object is not determined by the principles according to which the object has been selected. Sridhara addresses this exact point in his discussion of the sutras in question. He writes, "Colour subsists in earth, water and fire. It makes perceptible the object wherein it's located, as well as that object's qualities, movements and generic properties. The given colour assists the eye in the perception of an object." In what sense is colour an assistant, a sahakari of selection? Matalan's view that colours are inputs in subpersonal mechanisms is not obligatory. Another option is that colours are experienced but not necessarily accessed. As Campbell puts it, although you've used your conscious experience of the colour to select the five, and can then go on to access various properties of the five, such as its size, shape, and orientation, it seems entirely possible that you could select the five on the basis of colour without yet having any capacity to access colour properties. So that gives a different sense to the term assists. Accordingly, the principle about selection we need is not that it's subpersonal, but rather that it's independent of access. So let me call this the independence of selection and access thesis, namely the thesis that the properties on the basis of which an object is selected do not determine what a subject accesses in perceiving the object. So when Nyāya Sutra 114 insists that perceptual experience has to be of definite character, whether a person or a pillar, a cloud of mist or a body of smoke, the point can now be understood as being that some property or another must be accessed as lokati, dharma, but the mere selection of an object as location does not by itself determine which. This is consistent with the Nyāya Sutra argument, for what that argument claims, in effect, is that the properties exploited in the selection of an object are not or need not themselves be accessed. It's not in virtue of accessing a property that one selects an object on its basis. The Vaisheshika Sutra does not deny that there is visual experience of those properties. So, in short, independence is sufficient to refute determination, even without subpersonal selection. Well, what should we make of the argument from selection? It is, I think, primarily defensive in nature. That is to say, what it demonstrates is that a Buddhist argument against naive realism fails, so that naive realism remains on the table as a viable option. What it does not do is constitute an independent argument in favour of naive realism. For a positive argument, then, let me turn next to the Nyāya argument from completion. So what are the principles of perceptual attention to a whole object when some parts of that object are hidden? Robert Briscoe has called this the problem of phenomenal presence. He writes, "Visual perception is inherently perspectival. One consequence is that from any given position in relation to an opaque solid object, we only see part of that object's surface. The side of the object that faces us hides its backside from sight. Another consequence is that objects that are closer in depth often partially occlude those that are further away. Despite these limitations, when observers see an object, they usually have a sense of its presence as a complete three-dimensional whole, including young human infants and perhaps some non-human animals. When we see a cat standing behind a picket fence, for example, we see what appears to be a single intact animal partially hidden by a series of vertical slats. The visible parts of the cat are not experienced as spatially disconnected, but as continuing behind the pickets and as belonging to the same object. Perceptual completion is a widespread phenomenon, a feature common to most cases of everyday experience, and is not confined to curious cases of illusion such as the Kanitsa triangle. Bence Nyāya has argued that in a couple of recent papers, that there are two plausible solutions to the problem of phenomenal presence, and that they're both incompatible with naive realism. As far as the naive realist view is concerned, Nyāya takes it to be committed to J.J. Gibson's claim that the perception of occlusion entails the perception of something which is occluded. Nyāya rejects this out of hand on the grounds that a widely accepted necessary condition for perception is the presence of sensory stimulation. I plan to show how the early Nyāya thinkers set about defending a relationalist account of amodal completion without commitment to Gibson's implausible claim. Well, the alternatives considered by Nyāya are both straightforwardly representationalist. The occluded parts of the perceived object are represented either by belief or by mental imagery. A belief-based account alleges that an amodal completion rests on an inference. According to the belief-based account, writes Briscoe, a perceived object's hidden features are represented by means of beliefs inferred from the object's visible features, as well as relevant background knowledge. As Nyāya puts it, we see those bits of that cat that are visible, that are not occluded, and we infer on the basis of perceiving the visible parts of the animal, as well as on the basis of our familiarity with cattails, that the occluded parts have certain properties. In other words, we do not see the cat's tail at all, we just come to have a non-perceptual belief about it. Now, a belief-based view is rehearsed in Nyāya Sutra 2.131 and attributed to Buddhists. Vatsyayana paraphrases the view as follows. He says, "An awareness of a tree arising from a sensory connection is a perception, but it's nothing but inference. Why? Because the apprehension of the tree is due to the perception of a part. One apprehends the tree having perceived the part in front of one, but this part is not the tree. So this is just like the case in where one infers a fire, having perceived smoke. It's clearly a belief-based view of a modal completion. Several objections to such an account have been advanced in the literature. First, it doesn't get the phenomenology right. The phenomenology of our experience of entire objects is perceptual, not inferential. Second, shape completion is often insensitive to belief, as is illustrated by the two illustrations that I've given you, the horse illusion and the shape illusion. In both cases, contextual information leads one to a belief that's inconsistent with one's experience of the figure. The fundamental problem is that the interpolation process in amodal completion follows complex principles of its own, as Phylician put it, and is not rationally sensitive to the observer's beliefs and other high-level cognitive states, but rather is subserved by relatively low-level, vision-specific neural machinery. And finally, a belief-based view is inconsistent with the neuroscience. Studies of the Knitzer triangle reveal that it follows from the belief-based view that there's no activation of the primary visual cortex that would correspond to the invisible shapes. But as it turns out, there is significant cell activation in the primary visual cortex when we're looking at the Knitzer triangle. Even Dharmakirti, the Buddhist, hesitated over the belief-based view, unable to ignore cases of illusion which could not easily be attributed to downstream belief formation, and so to assimilate all perceptual error to doxastic error, as his infallibilist predecessor, Dignaga, had tried to do. In a revision to Dignaga's analysis of perception as experience free from mental construction, kalpana podha, i.e. free from belief or imagery, Dharmakirti adds that it must also be error-free, so as to exclude cases such as seeing ocular floaters produced by the defect in the visual apparatus known as timera, or the relative motion illusion produced when one looks at a stationary object on the shore while seated on a moving boat, or the illusion of a continuous circle of fire produced by the rapid movement of a fire on a rope, and cases due to physical disorders such as exhaustion, physical exhaustion. His point in contemporary terminology is that not all illusion is cognitive, that there are also environmental and physiological illusions. Dharmakirti calls non-cognitive illusion an exception, an apavada to the general Buddhist rule that perceptual experience is free from belief and imagery. Catherine Pruitt notes that in Dharmakirti, the key to non-conceptual perceptual errors is that they're given in the cognitive image itself. They appear as such before the combination of the image and the exclusion formed through a POA, mechanism of exclusion, creates a concept based on supposed similarity with previous experiences. Another Dharmakirti scholar, John Dunn, reflects on what Dharmakirti would say about the Knitzer triangle illusion. Dunn notes that the key feature of non-conceptual errors is that they're given in the cognitive image itself prior to the conceptual interpretation of that image in a perceptual judgment. So if the Kanitsa triangle exemplifies non-cognitive illusion, then in introducing images into the content of perceptual experience, Dharmakirti effectively transforms the Buddhist theory from the infallibilist relationalism of Dignaga into a type of content view. I said in the last lecture that there was oscillation between these two views. Now, in the spirit of Dharmakirti, Nane too defends an imagery-based account of amodal completion. According to him, when we represent their cat's secluded tail, we do so by having visual imagery of the tail. What are mental images? Nane relies on the general characterization provided by Richardson, who says, mental imagery refers to all those quasi-sensory or quasi-perceptual experience of which we're consciously aware and which exist for us in the absence of those stimulus conditions that are known to produce their genuine sensory or perceptual counterparts, and which may be expected to have different consequences from their sensory or perceptual counterparts. In fact, an imagery-based view goes back to Wilfrid Sellers. Sellers says, we do not see of an apple its opposite side, or its inside, or its internal whiteness. But while these features are not seen, they're not merely believed in. These features are present in the object perception as actualities. They're present in virtue of being imagined. Briscoe notes that according to Sellers, the capacity that Kant calls productive imagination constructs hybrid sense-image models of the objects that we perceive. It performs this function in part by supplementing awareness of an object's occurrent sensible features with mental images of its hidden features. So the idea is that the occluded parts of a perceived object are phenomenally present in our experience of the object because they're represented using conscious mental imagery. While endorsement by Dharmakirti, Sellers and Nane notwithstanding, there are seemingly decisive objections to an imagery-based account of our capacity to experience whole objects. First, while amodal completion is fairly stable and normally persists as long as one perceives its inducers, mental images are typically unstable. Second, imagery is not obligatory. Nothing rationally obliges one to imagine some one thing rather than any other thing. Amodal completion, Briscoe writes, far from exhibiting what Hume called the liberty of the imagination, operates automatically in accordance with a fairly strict set of organisational principles and is largely driven by bottom-up sensory inputs. This is closely related to the point Udyotakara makes against Buddhist representationalism in his lengthy argumentation against the view under Nyāya Sutra 2.131, where his main point is that it's impossible to determine an invariable relation between the observed and the unobserved parts. That is to say, no one completion to a whole is entailed by the perception of a part. For example, in this figure, in the absence of what the Indian logicians call a vyapti, a relation of invariable concomitants, no extrapolation from the perceived part to some given whole is rationally compelled by imagery or belief. Yet amodal completion is not, in fact, unconstrained as the imagery-based theory would predict. Instead, it's subject to complex principles of its own. A third and final objection to the imagery-based view is simply that people suffering from aphantasia report no difficulty in perceptual completion tasks. So if neither a representationalist account is without difficulty, the question is whether there exists a version of the relationalist view which is not committed to Gibson's troubling claim, the claim that perception of occlusion entails the perception of something which is occluded. What I want to show next, in the next section, is that such a view indeed exists in the work of early Nyāya thinkers. Nyāya has recently offered a new argument that relationalism cannot provide a coherent account of amodal completion. He writes, "The main dilemma the relationalist faces is this. Given that they take perceptual states to be partly constituted by the perceived object, they would need to specify what this perceived object would be in the case of amodal completion. It could be the entire object, some parts of which are occluded, or it could be the unoccluded part of the object." And then he says he's going to go on to argue that neither horn of this dilemma is viable. Well, the Nyāya position is a version of the entire object view. A key Nyāya argument for naive realism rests on the claim that entire objects themselves, opaque three-dimensional objects, are constitutively related to subjects in perceptual experience, and so in particular that the perception of a whole object is irreducible to a representation of its occluded parts. Matalal formulates the argument as follows. He writes, "I see the tree not in virtue of my seeing the front part, but in virtue of my sensory apparatus being connected with or stimulated by the front part. The sensory stimulation is a physical event which leads to, i.e. causes, my perception. But my seeing the front part is a cognitive event which may only contingently arise before my perception of the tree. Therefore, the analogy between the car hitting the truck in virtue of its hitting the rear part and my seeing the tree, the whole, in virtue of my seeing the front part, breaks down. I think Nyāya scores here an important point in favour of direct realism. In hitting the car, I necessarily hit its part, but in seeing the tree, I need not see its surface, although the surface may stimulate my visual organ." On Matalal's reading, what's being claimed is that perception of a whole object is direct in the sense that it doesn't depend on and isn't determined by a perception of a part of the object. This certainly would be enough to undermine any doxastic account of whole object perception, according to which perception of a part is a premise and an inference to a judgment about the whole. Yet Matalal's claim that such an account is undermined because perceivers do not, in seeing an entire object, experience front surfaces or other parts is, as I've already noted, very implausible. It's another instance of subpersonal selection. The text, as I read it, is making a slightly different point. The text in question is Nyāya Sutra 2.1.32, a rejoinder to the belief-based view rehearsed in Nyāya Sutra 2.1.31, and it reads obscurely, "No, because as much is experienced as is experienced perceptually." That is to say, the part is already by itself and without the need for any deduction perceived. Matalal translates this sutra as, there cannot be such an awareness, i.e. perceptual awareness, of only the front surface, for the whole is present there in that front surface. Dasti and Phillips translate it as, one must directly see the part, whatever else happens in the course of apprehending the totality. What the commentators add is that what this means is that perception of some parts is sufficient for perception of the whole. Vatsyayana sets down the following principle governing amodally completed experience. He says, when certain of its parts are in contact with the sense faculty, the whole is perceived along with them. When certain parts are occluded, the whole is perceived. The whole is not. When certain parts are not. When certain parts are occluded, the whole is not perceived along with them. That is to say, the enabling condition for the perception of an entire object is given in the following principle, which I'll call the seeing wholes in parts principle. An entire object is perceived in the parts which are perceived and is not perceived in the parts which are not perceived. This is not quite a Gestalt psychology, the school of psychology known for its dictum that perception of wholes has priority over perception of parts. Vatsyayana's phrase, along with, expressly excludes the idea that the relation between whole perception and part perception is one of priority. Rather, what's being claimed is that the whole object is subject to principles of attentional access. A part is grabbed out from its background, and the whole object thereby becomes an object for attentional access. The Nyāya philosopher is emphatic. The entire object is perceived in its part, that in seeing a part one sees the whole. Notice that this cannot be formulated in terms of seeing as. It is not that one sees a part as the whole. Yet in the language of location, the point can easily be made that one sees the entire object in the part one sees. Sridhar is explicit on this point, referring to touch rather than to vision. He says, suppose someone argues as follows, the opponent, if in touching the parts that are exposed, but not the parts that are covered up, we can claim to hold the entire object, we would be both holding and not holding it at the same time. Schroeder replies, there's nothing to this objection. Wholes reside in their parts in such a way that even if some parts are covered up, one holds the entire object in the parts one does touch. So Matalal is right when he reports Vatsyayana's principle as being that, in his words, if we can be said to be perceptually aware of the front part on the ground that we have sensory connection with the front part, then by the same token we must say that we're perceptually aware of the whole tree also. But when he continues, quote, for one can very well see the tree, the whole, without paying attention to its front part, and in that case it would be wrong to say that he sees the tree in virtue of his seeing the front part, for he does not see the front part at all. This, I think, is a mistake. It's as implausible to claim that one does not perceptually experience the front surface of an object when one perceives it in its entirety, as that one does not perceptually experience the colour of an object when one uses colour as the basis by means of which to select it. The right principle is instead the one stated by Vatsyayana, that wholes are perceived in their perceived parts and not perceived in unperceived parts. There's a clear commitment to naive realism or relationalism with respect to perception of entire objects. It's the entire object with which one stands in a relation of experiential acquaintance. Udyatakara, to be sure, rejects Gibson's claim that occluded parts are themselves perceived. The key Nyāya idea is instead that perceptual experience is phenomenally unified. As Nyāya Sutra 4.2.28 puts it, an object is not experienced as disjointed because it's located in its parts. In the same vein, Briscoe writes, amodal completion occurs when one object is or appears to be occluded, partially occluded by another, and does not typically result in a quasi-visual impression of the object's hidden features. Rather, the phenomenally most salient characteristic of amodal completion is the perceived unity of the partially occluded object. The interpolation process in amodal completion follows complex principles of its own. Peter Say's experiments shows that the complex principles in question are not confined to principles of contour relatability, but must also include principles of volume mergeability. Say writes, two volumes are mergeable when their unbounded visible surfaces are relatable or the insides enclosed by those surfaces can completely merge. Two surfaces are relatable when their visible portions can be extended into occluded space along the trajectories defined by their relative curvatures, so that they merge into a common surface. So the informational basis for the perception of a surface is not limited to the surface's optical projection in the retinal image. The information available to the visual system for the existence of an object feature is not limited to the feature's projection in the retinal image. The phenomenal unity of an experience of an entire object carries no requirement to perceive the unseen parts. Well, I think a good example of phenomenal unity is found in experiments on perception in chess. Binet's experiments show that the whole board awareness of a chess player consists not in a mental image of the board, but in connected patterns and piece movements. Chase and Simon argue that perception in chess consists in the perception of what they call perceptual chunks. They say, what does an experienced chess player see when they look at a chess position? By analysing an expert player's eye movements, it's been shown that, among other things, they are looking at how pieces attack and defend each other. But we know from other considerations that they are seeing much more. The superior performance of strong players derives from the ability of those players to encode the position in larger perceptual chunks, each consisting in a familiar subconfiguration of pieces. Pieces within a single chunk are bound by relations of mutual defence, proximity, attack over small distances, and common colour and type. So in sum, the argument from completion is that if neither of the two candidate representationalist accounts of a modal completion is free of difficulties, and if a version of the relationist view is available which dispenses with Gibson's problematic claim, then all things being equal, this is the view we should prefer. Now, just as a segue into next week's talk, next week I'm going to talk about perceptual illusion, and I'm going to argue that the Nyāya account of perceptual illusion is neither a disjunctivist nor an objective looks theory. It's rather the theory that illusions belong to a fundamentally perceptual mental kind and that they're genuinely erroneous. And there's a particular reason based on today's talk for us to turn to the problem of illusion. For consider Nanet's new argument against the entire object view, which is the Nyāya view. Nanet writes, the experience of occluded parts of the perceived objects is underspecified. In the figure, the rectangle may occlude shape 1 or shape 2. Nothing in the figure tells us which of these shapes is occluded behind the rectangle. If the perceptual relation is a relation to the entire occluded object, then the question is, which of the occluded objects is it? When seeing shape 1 occluded in the figure, we have perceptual experience P1. When seeing shape 2 occluded in the figure, we have perceptual experience P2. The relationist must say that the perceptual object in P1 is shape 1 and the perceptual object in P2 is shape 2. But this would amount to reverting to saying that the perceptual relation is a representational relation. The perceptual object that is one of its relata, that is one of the relata of this relation, is not an actual physical object out there, but a represented object. Now, as Nanet immediately himself goes on to note, the naive realist seemingly has an obvious response, that the perceptual object is whatever actual ordinary object we're looking at. We may, of course, be fooled by the occluders into misperceiving this ordinary object, but then that would be a case of perceptual illusion. Nanet objects that the problem with this explanatory schema is that if the perceptual relation is between the subject and shape 1, then the subject's actual perceptual phenomenology, as of shape 2, remains completely unexplained. Nothing about shape 1, the perceptual object, and the relations the subject's relation to it explains the experience. So, in other words, we're led to the problem of explaining illusions. In this illusion, the subject sees shape 2 in the visible part, although the actual shape of the object is shape 1. Shape 1 looks to be shape 2. Nyāya claims that the standard relationist techniques for explaining perceptual illusions won't work in this case, and I in fact agree. Fortunately for us, the Nyāya philosophers of classical India have invented an entirely different set of techniques for explaining illusion, and so it's to those techniques that I'll turn next week. I'll end here.
So, welcome to the third lecture, and I will just invite Jonardon to start on illusion as mislocated seeing.
Oh, thank you, Asana. The Nyāya philosopher Udyotakara makes two claims about illusion. First, that illusions are always partial, that although they involve an erroneous determination, the determination is made with respect to an object with which the perceiver stands in a genuine perceptual relationship. And second, that illusion consists in the imposition of something upon this object, so that the perceiver sees in it something which isn't there. Udyotakara's reason for making these claims is that if the realist is to be in a position to resist the view of those who would argue that all human experience is dreamlike in quality, and as such makes no contact with the external world, it must do so by demonstrating that the nature of illusion is to be such that illusion can always be corrected or annulled by genuine perceptual experience. The partiality of illusion is its Achilles' heel. As Udayana puts it in the Parishuddhi, all experience is inerrant as far as the object is concerned. Matilal's nice term for this object is the nucleus or the anchor of the experience. And there's a popular Nyāya maxim: all experience is inerrant as far as the nucleus is concerned. Error rests with how it looks. That is the gist of a very enigmatic and controversial passage in the Nyāya Sutra 4.2.35-37, which affirms that genuine perceptual experience undercuts perceptual error, just as waking up undercuts dreams, and that erroneous experience is twofold in nature, consisting in part in acquaintance with a real object, tattva, and in part in an imputed counterpart, pradhana. Matthew Dasty puts the idea as being that illusion is parasitic on genuine perceptual experience. And Anand Vaidya speaks of the asymmetric dependence of error on truth. But both take the idea to be that erroneous experience as a whole is dependent on veridical experience as a whole, rather than as concerning veridical and non-veridical elements within a single experience. It's the partiality of illusion which, as Vishwanath clarifies in his explanation of the meaning of Nyāya Sutra 4.2.37, undermines the global illusionism found in some Indian thinkers contemporaneous with early Nyāya. The thinkers in question have been traced to the Mahayana Lankavatara Sutra. In Phanibhusana's summary, Vishwanath's idea is that it cannot be argued that there is no valid cognition, that all cognitions are only false, because even the most well-known cases of false cognitions are observed to be valid in their tattva aspect and false only in their pradhana aspect. And that's what's meant by the dual character of an illusory cognition. Illusion depends on the same perceptual connection with a real object as does genuine perceptual experience. So Udyotakara says that an illusion perceives a person in a tree stump, an illusion which knowledge undermines without undermining the reality of the object itself, the thing that has characteristics common to both persons and tree stumps. We do not conclude that the stump does not exist. It's the same with experiences of things in dreams, which are undermined by waking experience, again without undermining the object itself, the thing that has characteristics in common. He continues, illusion has a defining mark, but what is it? The defining mark is perception of what's common, non-perception of what's particular, and imputation of a feature not present. The reality is the stump, the imputed counterpart is the person. Illusion is the burdening or assigning or imputing of the real with the imputed. Illusion then consists in the following three things. First, object selection, selecting an object in virtue of perceptual properties common to both illusion and genuine perception. Then, imputation, burdening the experienced object with an imputed feature it doesn't have. And finally, masking, blindness to perceptual properties that would break the illusion. So let me call these the selection, imputation, and masking conditions. The substance of the account will consist in how the metaphor of burdening, assigning, or imputing, adhyaropa, is to be cashed out. And what I want to argue in this talk is that the way it gets to be cashed out in Nyāya puts the Nyāya theory at odds with the two main contemporary theories of illusion currently favoured by naive realists, disjunctivism and objective looks theory. It's not disjunctivist because illusions, being at least partially perceptual, do not belong to a wholly non-perceptual mental kind. As Matalal puts it, the perceived character of the snake in our sensory illusion cannot be easily dismissed or underplayed. On the other hand, the minimal commitment of a view that can be labelled a disjunctivist theory of perception, as Soterio says, is that veridical perceptions, illusions and hallucinations differ mentally in some significant respect, i.e. that there are certain mental features that veridical perceptions have that illusions and hallucinations cannot have. And the Nyāya theory is not an objective looks theory either, because, as I'm going to explain in more detail shortly, that theory relegates perceptual error to the realm of the doxastic, so that, strictly speaking, there are no such things as illusions. An objective looks theorist wants to say that in any case where an object appears F, it's objectively the case that the object looks F-ish, where the F-ish look worn by the object is as much an objective, albeit situational, property of that object as any of its other properties, so that illusions are alike in that they are opportunities for being misled. With some adjustment, Udyotakara's way of characterizing illusion can be made to fit with typical contemporary formulations. Here are three typical ones. A standardly conceived, an illusion is an experience of an object O appearing F, where O is not in fact F, that's Calderon. A visual illusion may be characterized as a perceptual experience in which a physical object O looks F, although O is not actually F, that's Brewer. An illusion is a perceptual situation in which a physical object is actually perceived, but in which that object appears other than it really is. That's Smith. Each of these formulations agrees with Udyotakara that illusion is partial. There is, in each case, a perceptual experience of an object. In the recent literature, this feature of illusions, that they are in some sense always partial, is stressed by Smith when he writes, "Inasmuch as illusory perceptions are indeed perceptions, perceptual contact is made with some actual object in the environment. They share a good feature with veridical perceptions. Inasmuch as they're illusory, however, they are in some sense bad." In speaking of how that object looks or appears, the contemporary formulation provides one way of making precise the notion of burdening or imputing. The pradhana F is imputed to the tattva O in the sense that this is a way the object looks. Well, following the lead of Dharmakirti, let's divide illusion into two categories, cognitive and non-cognitive. In the last lecture, I noted that Dharmakirti recognizes that there are both, the latter including environmental illusions like the circling fire and the moving boat illusions, and physiological illusions like floaters caused by timera. His taxonomy is echoed in a contemporary classification of illusions into environmental, physiological, and cognitive. So Jonardon, for example, writes, "There seem to be at least three kinds of illusions. First, those in which environmental conditions, lighting, the medium of sound or light transmission, the presence of surrounding objects, and so on, are responsible for a perceived object appearing other than it is. Environmental illusions of this sort cover many familiar cases of illusions discussed by philosophers and psychologists, including the appearance of a straight stick partially submerged in water, lighting illusions, and the Mulalaya illusion. The second case involved cognitive illusions. For example, when one's looking for a friend in a crowd, other people who are superficially similar in appearance can briefly look just like the individual being searched for. And finally, physiological illusions involve the improper functioning of a subject's perceptual system, such as cases of objects appearing distorted or discoloured under the influence of drugs or sleep deprivation. Dharmakirti recognizes that there are environmental and physiological illusions, as well as cognitive illusions, so that the reduction of illusion to misconceptualization fails. Now, Nyāya Sutra 4.2.32 also seems to provide for a taxonomy of illusion. It reads, "Or it's like magic, cities of Gandharvas, or a mirage." Vatsyayana, in his commentary, wants to emphasize that in every case there is an anchor in the real world. He writes, illusions of magic and the like have a material basis. Magic is what happens when a magician produces in the observer the illusion of an object similar to the one being used in the trick. Or one has an experience of a far-off city in something like a cloud which looks similar to a city, for there would be no such experience without the cloud. And when the sun's rays shine on the heat radiating from the earth, one has the illusion of water because something is seen in common. There would be no such experience without the hot earth and the sun's rays. The defining mark of illusion, Vatsyayana says, is a specific condition in terms of where, when, and for whom. If we map the examples of illusion provided in Nyāya Sutra 4.2.32 onto contemporary classifications, the case of illusion generated by magic and the case of the mirage will be environmental, and the case of seeing a city in the clouds is a cognitive illusion, as indeed is seeing a person in a tree stump, as well as all the canonical examples settled on later, seeing a snake when there's only a coil of rope, and seeing a piece of silver where what there is in actuality is an oyster pearl shell. In fact, however, the early Nyāya thinkers do not analyse cognitive illusions as misapplications of a concept, and the label cognitive illusion is potentially misleading. The earliest example of such an illusion, the one just mentioned by Vatsyayana in that passage, is an interesting and illuminating one. As Dasti and Phillips note, the city of Gandharvas is the Indian equivalent of a castle in the sky, a cloud formation in the distance that looks like a castle or a city. A natural analysis of such cases would be that they involve make-perceive, the augmentation of reality by means of the superimposition of a mental image. A familiar application of this ability, Briscoe observes, is the experience of noticing a constellation in the nighttime sky. Noticing a constellation is a hybrid visual imaginative experience. It involves both seeing the stars in the constellation and imagining the lines that connect them at the same time. That's the kind of seeing as Dummett calls proto-thought, because its vehicle is mental imagery rather than conceptual content. Likewise, the Buddhist view is, as Jan Westerhoff in his book 12 Examples of Illusion says, and the book includes the Nyāya 3, that the city of Gandharvas is an entirely imaginary place that, together with its inhabitants, exists only in the human mind. In keeping with his Kantianism, Matalal says that it seems that the Nyāya explanatory model fits in very well with what we might call imaginative error. The standard examples are a silver shell situation and a rope snake situation. The role of similarity and imaginative attribution is almost paradigmatic in such cases. The Nyāya philosophers are emphatic, however. The imputed feature, the pradhana, in an illusion is not a mental image or an imagined construct, but is itself a mind-independent feature or object, and its imputation is itself a mode of perceptual acquaintance. Later Nyayikas will reconceptualize the idea of imputation, aropia, in terms of mislocation, or perhaps better, misallocation. The Nyāya theory I want to discuss here is that imputed features in illusion are mind-independent properties with which the misperceiver is acquainted, but that contrary objective looks theory, they are not actual properties of the object being misperceived. Nyāya philosophers point out, in effect, that there's a simple fallacy in the argument from illusion against naive realism, insofar as it assumes falsely that because the feature a perceived object looks to have is not an actual feature of the object itself, it's not available to perceptual acquaintance at all. A standard view among contemporary naive realists is that the naive realists claim that perceptual experience is constituted by acquaintance with an ordinary object and some of its properties, entails that there can be no such thing as perceptual error. We call that the perceptual error thesis. Naive realism entails that there's no error in perceptual experience as such. Perceptual experience sometimes misleads perceivers into making erroneous judgments on its basis. The perceptual experience is of an object bearing an F-ish look, and if that inclines the perceiver to believe that the object is F when it isn't, the error is in the downstream belief, not in the perceptual experience. Error resides not in the perceptual experience itself, but in post-perceptual judgments made on its basis. What is attributed is not the quality designated by the adjective reddish, but rather a reddish look. And illusions are just opportunities for being misled. As Jonardon puts it, conditions in the environment can contribute to objects appearing in ways that lead us to believe that they have properties they lack. The motivating idea here is that there's no straightforward argument in favour of representationalism, this is Jonardon, continuing with Jonardon, based on the need to account for perceptual error, because a relational theory of perception can explain how appearances can be misleading while denying that perceptual error is so much as possible. The assumption is that if perceptual experience can be either veridical or erroneous, then it must sustain conditions of satisfaction, and conditions of satisfaction only arise when there's representational content. The early Nyāya philosophers whose ideas I've been discussing are, however, unique among naive realists in denying the no perceptual error thesis. They claim a way to reconcile naive realism with the claim that illusions are perceptual in character. As Matalal presciently states, it becomes highly counterintuitive if, in order to account for or explain the phenomenon of perceptual illusion, we simply say that there is no perceptual illusion for which explanation may be needed. The earliest statement of the new view is again in Nyāya, the first commentator. He writes, "The imputed feature is determinately experienced in a location, as this in that. So the tree stump, which, though not a person, is determinately experienced as a person, is the location of the imputed feature. If there isn't a perception of a person, there would be no determinative experience of what is not a person as a person. So too, in the determinative experience of dreams, such as I saw an elephant or I saw a mountain, an imputed feature must be determinately experienced in a location. So the Nyāya philosopher seeks an account of illusion in which, when an object looks F, when object O looks F, both O and F are perceived, where F is not a representational feature, still lesser quale, but a real property instance existing mind independently in the world. Evidently, it's not a property instance in the environment of the perceiver. And so the Nyāya move is to claim that there is an experiential relation which acquaints perceivers with property instances of objects that are absent. The error in perceptual error is one of seeing a property instance, which is a real feature of another absent object, in the object before one in one's environment. So the Nyāya analysis of illusion is therefore appropriately called a mislocation theory of error, Anyata Kyativada. How can an object look a way it is not? Nyāya, writes Matilal, invokes the service of past experience and memory. The revived memory triggered by the similarity of a shared character brings in its wake the object of the past experience. And in this way it appears in perception, or rather misperception, as a characteristic or qualifier. These features are not sense impressions private to the percipient, but rather in most cases observable features of the external world. Thus, in its simplest form, the mislocation theory asserts that error or perceptual illusion is the mislocation of a real F in a real X. The basic assumption in this theory is that nothing appears in our visual perceptual awareness which is not also existent or real. So the Nyāya view consists in the following tenets. One, that all illusions are always partial or anchored. Two, that we have perceptual access to features of objects not in our present environment. Let me call that the anomalous acquaintance with absent features tenet. And three, that perceptual error is error in allocation, now to be understood in terms of the binding in attention of the feature presented in two with the anchor presented in one. Let me call that feature binding error. I'm going to say more about both of these two tenets. But briefly, the idea is as follows. It's that past perceptual encounters with snakes or pieces of silver have the following explanatory role with respect to my current illusory experience. They are activated in such a way that I now seem to see in an object before me a property with which they anomalously acquaint me. The claim is that an earlier perception, which consists in seeing a locatee located in a locus, makes available to me now that same locatee for potential visual mislocation in a currently perceived locus. In other words, what distinguishes genuine perception and illusion is that the feature whose role it is to be located by experience in a currently perceived object is itself perceptually presented in the case of genuine perception, but is retrieved in memory in illusion. Perceptions and illusions are subjectively indistinguishable, nevertheless, because the distinction between these two acquaintance mechanisms is not an introspectable one. The mechanism driving illusion, according to this account, is essentially the same as the one responsible for recognition, a retrieval of a previously stored feature and its imputation in a present case. Illusions, according to this analysis, are misfires of the same perceptual recognitional system that is operative in all cases of seeing in. They are, for this reason, not veridical, but their lack of veridicality does not derive either from their consisting in false beliefs or from their belonging to another non-perceptual mental kind. So we arrive at a theory of perceptual illusion which, while holding firm to naive realist scruples, is neither disjunctivist nor doxastic. Illusions are indeed, after all, perceptual errors. Perceptual errors. There is indeed, after all, a common factor in perception and illusion. But the common factor is a mind-independent property, the pradhana, and not a representational content. And that's how Nyāya realism can be a non-disjunctivist version of naive realism, and why Burge was wrong when he declared that naive realism entails disjunctivism. Okay, well, let me now say more about the second tenet, the anomalous acquaintant with absent features tenet. The mislocation theory of illusion claims that anomalous relations of acquaintance acquaint perceivers with features not currently instantiated in their environments, and that illusions are feature-binding errors wherein an anomalously presented feature is bound with a normally presented object. This is how the terms pradhana, imputed feature or look, and adhyaropa, imputation, are now to be understood. The novelty of the Nyāya view consists in how it provides a way to defend naive realism against the problem of illusion without resort to disjunctivism. Nyāya philosophers do so through their claim, about which they're emphatic, that the feature presented in an illusion, which is to say the way the way the perceived object looks, is itself given perceptually, albeit by way of a non-standard mode of perceptual acquaintance. It would be very hard to claim, given that both the object and the way it looks are given perceptually, that the resulting illusion nevertheless does not belong to a perceptual mental kind. Neither, however, is error exported to downstream belief. It's the perceptual experience itself which misbinds locus and locity. How should we justify such an appeal to a concept of anomalous acquaintance? One way is to demonstrate that it's needed in the explanation of perceptual phenomena other than illusion. And that is indeed the Nyāya strategy. So consider what we should say about the perceptual experience of a synesthete. Their perceptual experience locates in an object presented in one sense modality a sensory feature properly restricted to another. the idea that illusion can be modelled on synesthesia is due to Gangesha, who provides the example of seeing fragrant sandalwood, and also emphasises the mediating role of memory. And the idea is most fully developed by Ramarudra in his commentary on Bhasha Paricheda, Karika 64. It's cited as an example of genuine perceptual experience, wherein what occurs is that the subject sees in an object visually present before them a sensible feature properly restricted to another sensory modality and retrieved in memory. It's genuine because, after all, the sandalwood is fragrant. So Matalal writes, it's contended by Nyāya that even such reports as "I see sweet honey," or "I see fragrant flowers," or "I see cold ice," would be correct reports of visual perception as long as the particular, the nucleus of the object complex, is visually presented. In these cases, the attributive or qualifying element, sweetness or fragrant, may not be the objects of the visual perception in the ordinary manner, but the mind picks it out from the memory bank, and this revived awareness presents it to the visual faculty. The sense and the object get connected here, though not in the normal way. In this way, the resulting awareness becomes perceptual, hence the correct report, "I see the fragrant jasmine." The example refers to what would now be classified as a case of projective synesthesis, in which the inducer is vision and the concurrent is smell. While by no means the most common sort of synesthesia, most cases involving a colour concurrent induced by graphemes or sounds, vision colour synesthesia is empirically observed and accounts for over 1% of cases, with vision temperature around 0.35% and vision flavour nearly 3% of empirically observed cases of synesthesia. Moreover, the claim that cases of synesthesia are genuinely perceptual is widely supported in the literature on synesthesia. Robertson describes them as perceptual experiences involving an unusual binding. And Cohen writes that one of the central outstanding puzzles about synesthesia, and one that's at least partly to blame for the recent surge in attention given to the condition by philosophers and psychologists, is that of understanding the relationship between synesthetic perception and normal perception. And he goes on to argue that, given what we know about both, the most plausible view is that synesthesia is not a fundamentally distinct pathological outlier relative to normal perception. Rather, it's best understood as continuous with capacities present in normal perception. Synesthesia is naturally expressed in the vocabulary of looks. It's not a big leap to move from expressions such as "you look cold" to ones such as "it looks cold," said of a visually selected physical object. In fact, Wilfrid Sellers extends his Kantian image-based account of a modal completion, I mentioned last week, to exactly such synesthetic effects. He writes, "Consider the snow seen on a distant mountain. It looks cool. Do we see the whiteness of the snow but only believe in its coolness? Perhaps this is sometimes so, but surely not always. Sometimes actual coolness is present in the experience, as was the white inside the apple or the red on the opposite side. That's the modal completion cases. Once again, we do not see the coolness of the snow. We see the snow as cool, and we experience the actual coolness as we experience the actual whiteness of the snow. An actual coolness is bodily present in the experience, as is an actual volume of white. Let's combine our results into a single example. We see the cool red apple. We see it as red on the facing side, as red on the opposite side, and as containing a volume of cool white apple flesh. We do not see of the apple its opposite side, or its inside, or its internal whiteness, or its coolness, or its juiciness. But while these features are not seen, they're not merely believed in. These features are present in the object of perception as actualities. They're present in virtue of being imagined. So Sellers rejects Gibson type and belief-based accounts of both amodal completion and synesthesis in favour of an imagery-based view. The Nyāya philosopher, however, wants to offer a relational account of both. Here again, the locution of seeing as obscures matters, for it's not clear what's meant in saying that one sees the ice as cold. Rather, what we need is the language of location. One sees coldness in the ice. A Nyāya realist insists that the experiential relation obtains between a subject and ordinary macroscopic objects, and also that it obtains between a subject and the properties of such objects. So it is that one sees in the jasmine its whiteness, and one smells in the jasmine its fragrance. The synesthete is not currently smelling the jasmine, they're only seeing it, and their experience is not cross-modal. Yet the fragrance they see the jasmine as having is not a mental image superimposed onto the jasmine. It's not a case of make-perceive. If we recall that feature location is a matter of access rather than selection, it's clear that what the Nyāya realist needs is an account of the sort of access the subject who sees the jasmine has to the sensible properties of the flower in other modalities. For it's not the case that just because one sense modality, in this case vision, provides the basis for the selection of the object, only properties in that same sense modality can be accessed. A purely visual experience of the jasmine can enable access to features of the jasmine in other sense modalities. Instead, if one's visual attention to those properties is served by mechanisms of retrieval. The Nyāya philosopher wants to claim that the mechanism of retrieval is not underwritten by representation, either in the form of belief or imagery, but itself constitutes a sui generis experiential relation holding between the subject and the feature in question, in this case, the jasmine scent. So it's called, technically, jnana lakshana pratyasati, or cognitively demarcated presentation. As I understand it, what this means is that what makes an illusion cognitive is not the projection of a concept or image, but the exercise of a cognitively demarcated mode of attention. As Matalal stresses, Nyāya takes all these cases of synesthesia as cases of perception, and veridical cases at that. Thus it is that the model of memory presentation and non-physical connection is invoked not simply to explain the problem of sensory illusion. In other words, the model is not devised in desperation to save realism from the argument from illusion. The model has more explanatory power, for it explains standard cases of illusion as well as some cases of veridical perception, namely synesthesis. Now let me turn to the other tenet, the one to do with feature binding error. Well, in an amusing passage, Austin Clarke explains why an ancient picture of the mental as a mere flow of qualia must face up to a binding problem. He writes, "Consider a humble animal whose consciousness stops at sentience. One imagines its mental life to consist in nothing but a flux of sensory qualities. In a widely repeated and ancient image, its stream of mental processes is filled by variegated qualia, which over time pop up, bob along, combine, recombine, and ultimately sink back down into the muck. A mental life of pure sensation will be nothing but a stream, flux, a flow of such stuff. But this picture, ancient and widely repeated as it is, radically underestimates the sophistication needed of even the simplest animal. An animal whose mental life is a pure flux of qualities could not distinguish matte red next to glossy green from matte green next to glossy red. The ability to do this marks a significant threshold in the complexity of one's psychological organisation. To pass it, one needs somehow to focus the attribution of qualities so that one can distinguish a scene containing a red square from one containing something that's red and something else that's square. Well, the ancient image is certainly a Buddhist one, familiar from early sources such as the Nyāya and the Milinda Punha. And the problem here referred to is a version of what Frank Jackson calls the many properties problem, a problem about the way features get to be bound or integrated. A creature with only the capacities to discriminate red from green and matte from gloss could not distinguish between the two scenarios mentioned. They both represent the same bundles of qualities. Unless a sentient creature could solve this problem, it would also not be able to distinguish a single chirp from two simultaneously and qualitatively identical chirps coming from different directions. In fact, the capacity to do this falls well below the capacity to employ concepts, and that's still another reason to reject the Kant-Strawson thesis. The greatest advances in contemporary understanding of the nature of attention and its role in feature binding have been due to the work of Anne Treisman, and her most recent articulations can help us understand the Nyāya claim that perceptual illusions consist in the misallocation of an anomalously perceived feature in a normally perceived locus. Treisman notes that there can be what she calls illusory conjunctions, she writes. Focal attention provides the glue which integrates the initially separable features into unitary objects. Once they've been correctly registered, the compound objects continue to be perceived and stored as such. However, with memory decay or interference, the features may disintegrate and float free once more, or perhaps recombine to form illusory conjunctions. On this view, Treisman says, attention provides a window for consciousness through which we become aware of a small subset of real bindings among a throng of illusory phantom objects. So we have an account of feature binding errors and their role in generating illusions. In illusion, visual attention opens out onto phantom bindings of real features. Attention misallocates the real feature to the real object. So the Nyāya story about illusion is that perceptual attention binds a feature and an object together, the object being one with which one is acquainted in one's immediate environment, and the feature being an absent feature with which one is anomalously acquainted. Just as in synesthesia, a feature is anomalously presented because presented in a sense modality distinct from the modality of object acquaintance. So in the case of illusion, a misfiring of the mechanism of feature binding takes place. As Matalon sums it up, the mind takes the wrong signal from the physical sensory reaction and picks out a wrong qualifying element from the memory bank. And this revived awareness generates the non-veridical perceptual awareness, which may be reported as, "This is a snake," or "I see a snake." In such cases, we wrongly attribute a qualifying element to a perceived particular, an element that's not present in the external state of affairs. This is still a perceptual error, according to Nyāya, for part of the sensorily perceived object complex is picked out by the visual sense faculty, while the other part is supplied by revived memory. In fact, the nucleus is sensorily given in the ordinary way, while the attributive elements are given in an out of the ordinary way. That's why they call it alaukika pratyaksha. So in some, illusions are misfirings in bindings due to failures of attention. Their proper explanation doesn't appeal to the idea that there's a projection of mental imagery onto the external world, let alone that they consist in beliefs formed downstream of the perceptual encounter. An attention-based account of perceptual illusion is fully naive, realist in character. And the right way to cash out the metaphor with which we began, that of the burdening or imputing, the adhyaropa, of the nucleus of a perceptual experience with a perceived feature, is not in terms of notions such as projection and conceptualization, but is strictly a phenomenon of attention. Now, let me compare this account with a couple of contemporary theories of illusion. According to Bill Brewer, we should define a visual illusion as an experience in which a physical object O looks F, although O is not actually F. And he then claims that illusions come about in cases in which the direct objects of experience have such similarities with paradigm exemplars of kinds of which they are not themselves instances. More exactly, he writes, in a case of visual illusion in which a mind-independent physical object O looks F, although O is not actually F, O is the direct object of visual perception from a spatio-temporal point of view, and in circumstances of perception relative to which O has visually relevant similarities with paradigm exemplars of F, although it is not itself actually an instance of F. Brewer considers two examples. First, what about the illusion in which a straight stick looks bent if half submerged in water? Brewer writes that here the direct object of perception is that very straight stick itself, straight stick. Nevertheless, it looks bent in virtue of its visually relevant similarities with an unsubmerged bent stick that has its top half coincident with the unsubmerged half of the stick seen and its bottom half in the position of the relevant virtual image of the bottom half of the latter from the subject's point of view and given the refractive index of the liquid in question. How about a white piece of chalk illuminated with red light, thereby looking red? Brewer's proposal is that the perceptual experience in question is most fundamentally a matter of the subject's conscious acquaintance with that very piece of chalk itself, a particular persisting, mind-independent physical object. From the viewpoint in question, and most importantly in this case given the relevant perceptual circumstances, especially of course the abnormally red illumination, it has visually relevant similarities with a paradigm red piece of chalk of just that size and shape. Their visually relevant similarity consists in the similarity of the light reflected from both. Thus, the white chalk looks red. One of Brewer's style analysis of the examples the Indians are most fond of, the coiled rope misperceived as a snake, and the shiny piece of shell misperceived as a piece of silver, would run as follows. In either case, the perceiver is consciously acquainted with a mind-independent physical object, a coil of rope, a shiny piece of shell, which has visually relevant similarities with paradigm exemplars of the kind it looks to be. In the first case, the visually relevant similarity is one of shape. The rope's coiling is visually similar to the shape of a paradigmatic coiled snake. In the second case, the visually relevant similarity, just as in the red-looking chalk example, consists in the similarity of the light reflected from both the shiny shell and a paradigmatic piece of silver. The Nyāya mislocation theory shares with Brewer's analysis of illusion two important points. First, both are committed to the naive realist thesis that even in illusory experience, there is a mind-independent object with which one stands in a non-representational relation of perceptual acquaintance. In Nyāya terminology, that's the adhara, the object which serves as the location for a misplaced property. The rope and the piece of shell are real mind-independent objects, perceptually present to the observer. Second, the Nyāya theory too appeals to the notion of visually relevant similarities with instances of the kind which this object looks to be. In the Nyāya theory, we find a reference to instances of snakehood and silverhood, instances with which the observer has been in past perceptual contact. On the other hand, there's a considerable difference when it comes to the exact role ascribed to these instances of the kind F by the two analyses of illusion. just what does Brewer mean when he speaks about paradigms of a physical kind? He elaborates the notion as follows. The paradigms, he says, are instances of the kind in question whose association with the terms for those kinds partly constitutes our understanding of those terms, given our training in the acquisition of the relevant concepts. They're paradigm exemplars of the kinds in question relative to our grasps of the concepts for those kinds. There is in Nyāya epistemology a version of this idea, in their idea that we acquire an understanding of kind terms by our acquaintance with specimens of the kind, identified under descriptions of the form, this is similar to X. The whole process is given the name upamana, usually, if unhelpfully, translated as analogy. Yet that is not the role which the mislocation theory assigns to instances of the kind F, the kind which an object looks to be in an illusion. The role rather is one of previous acquaintance grounding an ascriptional skill. I visually recognise snake in the rope as a result of my previous exposure to snakes. We must be careful, therefore, to distinguish between two roles that instances of a kind can play in perceptual experience. One is to serve as the paradigmatic exemplars of the kind through which we learn a concept of and a name for the kind. The other is to serve as the grounding experience for an ascriptional skill, an ascriptional capacity with respect to further instances of the kind in question, a skill that can and sometimes does misfire. And these two roles can come apart. For example, I might have acquired my concept snake and my mastery of the term snake by being shown pictures of snakes in a picture book. I might also have seen snakes coiled and uncoiled in the countryside or the zoo. And it could be that the relevant similarity, when I am now subject to an illusion in which a piece of rope looks to be a snake, is with such past perception and not with the picture book paradigmatic cases involved in my acquisition of understanding. In short, the Nyāya mislocation account does not restrict the domain of instances of the kind F to those whose role is in concept or language acquisition. And for the reason I've just given, that does seem right. Brewer's account of illusion is overly restrictive. It will fail to explain all those cases of illusion where the relevant similarity is with an instance of the kind F which has no role in the perceiver's acquisition of the concept. Now, a different option for the naive realist is to argue, as we've seen several authors do, that there are, strictly speaking, no such thing as perceptual illusions. In any case where an object appears F, it's objectively the case that the object looks F-ish, where the F-ish look worn by the object is as much an objective, albeit situational property of that object as any of its other properties. So Louise Antony writes, the feature that's actually present in our experience of a straight stick in water is a feature that infallibly corresponds to a property the stick actually does possess, namely the objective feature of objective sticks that triggers visual systems like ours to produce the particular kind of percept it produces. We lack a name for this property, but could call it bentishness. Our experience, therefore, does not have the content, the stick is bent. it rather presents to us a bentish stick, something that it can't fail to do, given the openness of perception and the manifest bentishness of the stick. There's a way in which we can read the Buddhist Dignaga as a theorist of this sort. It's possible to read him as combining the idea that appearances are objective with the idea that perceptual error is a matter of mistaken judgment. Dignaga says that perception is free from kalpana meaning imagination, but more broadly, any sort of representation, conceptualization, or judgment. As for perceptual error, he says that erroneous cognition is not a true perception because it arises conceptually constructing, for example, water out of such things as vapour floating over sand. And he adds that cognition of empirical reality is not a true perception because it superimposes something extraneous upon things that are only empirically true, and thus functions through the conceptualization of forms of these extraneous things. For Dignaga, perception is pure acquaintance with a category of objects he calls swalakshana, and as such is error-free. And his term for the way such objects look is vishayakara. What we think of as perceptual error consists in the conceptualizations we make downstream in the intellectual process he calls inference or anumana. Dignaga's extreme view is that every such downstream judgment is mistaken. And that's why I'm tempted to describe Dignaga, as I did in the first lecture, as an infallible relationist about perceptual experience. And as we've seen in the second lecture, Dharmakirti transforms Dignaga's infallibilism into an imagery-based version of representationalism. Now, let me just conclude by segueing into next week's talk. Well, Tokara has said that all illusion involves masking. The truth of the object, that it is a coiled rope, is masked in an illusion which sees it as a snake. What then in general unmasks illusions? How are illusions to be dispelled? Not by judgment, because illusions are frequently insensitive to belief. So then the dispeller must be another perception, and the most general form of illusion dispelling perception is the experience of absence. The experience of the absence of a snake dispels the illusion of the rope as a snake. So it's for that reason that it's the nature of absence experience that I'm going to turn to next week. Thank you very much. Seeing absence. So sometimes we seem to see absences. A standard example is the experience of the absence of a sought-for item in the place where one is searching. My iPhone isn't here. Are such experiences genuinely perceptual? Not according to the Buddhist Dharmakirti. Dharmakirti argues instead that they are belief-based, much as we saw Buddhists before him similarly arguing that amodal completion, the experience of wholes, is belief-based. Dharmakirti's view is that what an experience of the absence of an object consists in is an inference to a belief in the object's absence based on the failure to perceive the object in circumstances where the conditions for its perceptibility are met. That's in Nyāya Bindu 43. So there's a counterfactual, enthymematic major premise that were the object to be present, you would perceive it. A belief-based account of absence experience holds that we don't perceive absences, but infer to a belief that something is absent on the basis of what we do perceive. Yet here too, and for reasons analogous to those we encountered in reviewing the claims of amodally completed and illusory experiences to be perceptual in nature, doxastic views are to be resisted. First, forming a judgment takes time and conscious effort, whereas experiences of absence typically feel instantaneous and effortless. Furthermore, experiences of absence are often insensitive to belief. Even if one came to form a belief that the object is present, the experience of absence may persist. Anna Franikova gives a nice example of this, the photograph of Venezuelan gymnast Catherine Coronel, who looks completely headless while performing her routine. As Franikova notes, the phenomenology is not that of the head being occluded by the gymnast's body. And there's a qualitative difference between the experience of absence and the experience of wholes with occluded parts. Experiencing something as absent is not the same as experiencing something as present but hidden. On some such grounds, Nyāya philosophers maintain that Nyāya realism is true even of absence experience, thereby committing themselves to a seventh metaphysical category, that of absences, as well as to a proprietary perceptual relation acquainting observers with its members. As Mahadeva Puntamkara summarises the Nyāya view in his 17th century Nyāya Kaustuba, in fact, positing the sensory perception of absence is correct, because there are experiences such as are reported as I observed the absence of the water jug on the ground, which are demonstrably correlated with sensory perception. Well, few nowadays are likely to want to follow Nyāya philosophers in their synthesis of metaphysical realism about absences and naive realism about the perception of absence. An obvious objection is that absences are not the right sorts of things to serve as causes in the causal history of a perceptual experience. And to recall, naive realism presupposes that there is a basic causal theory to explain why it is that apples but not atoms can be perceived. A related objection is that there's no relation of conscious perceptual acquaintance holding between observers and absences. It's true that in the case of illusion, as we saw last week, Nyayikas are willing to postulate anomalous relations of acquaintance with absent and mislocated features. But such relations present the feature as present, and that's just what it is to be a relation of acquaintance. No relation of acquaintance can present an absence as absent. So here we must part company with Matalal, who in his book Perception does not discuss the experience of absence, other than to say, in connection with the difference between perceptual experience and linguistic understanding, that linguistic understanding is possible even in the absence of the object, but perception cannot arise when the object is not there. The best developed analysis of absence experience is to be found instead in the writings of a brilliant Bengali philosopher from a previous generation, Krishna Chandra Bhattacharya. In chapter 4 of his justly celebrated classic, The Subject as Freedom, Bhattacharya argues for three distinctive and original claims. First, there are two kinds of absence experience. In one, the experience is of an object being absent from a place. In the other, the look of the place is as empty or devoid. The first case is illustrated by the experience of a person who is looking for a book but does not find it. The second, by a field wearing a bare look after a tree has been felled. The two kinds of absence experience involve, we might say, on the one hand, a proprietary sort of seeing in, as when one sees in the room the absence of a book, and on the other, an absential look, as when a field looks bare. The first kind is the one Sartre analyses in Being and Nothingness, the case of Pierre perceived to be absent from the cafe. An example of the second kind of absence experience is given by Brian O'Shaughnessy, who analyses the experience of looking at a blank expanse of white letter paper, seeing it as devoid of a signature. Secondly, Bhattacharya claims that both kinds of absence experience are genuinely perceptual, and he describes the nature of the perceptual experience involved as imaginative perception or aesthetic perception. At the end of this lecture, I'll offer some reasons why aesthetic perception is a good choice of designator, and I'll relate our discussion of absence experience with Volheim's two perceptual projects hypothesis. Bhattacharya argues that in both cases, a mechanism is involved, consisting in the contrast between the perception of the place as it is and the imagination of the absent object as located in that place. He says that what's imaginally distinguished within the perception is the imagined object as present from the perceived object as absent. Imagination here is not a faculty of free fancy, but the ability to manipulate mental imagery. Bhattacharya's third claim is that absence experience of either kind can undergo a transformation into non-perceptual cognitive states, which Bhattacharya calls states of conscious non-perception. In the first kind of case, one's attention shifts from the missing book to the room in which it's absent. And in the second case, one's attention shifts from the bare look of the field to the tree which is no longer there. The transformation is not inferential, and the resulting state is not perceptual. It must rather, he claims, quote, be recognised as a new mode of knowledge. The transformation is of the book that's perceived by sense being turned into the imagined character of location of the imagined book, he says. Having perceived my book to be missing, my attention shifts instead to the room, which now seems to me to be devoid of book. Having perceived the field looking bare, I tend instead to the tree, which now seems to me to be gone. It's not quite clear to me what Bhattacharya has in mind with his talk of a transformation. The procedure might be thought to consist in what Sven Irvinsson calls a transformation in attending, such as the spontaneous reversals of the Necker cube, or of multi-stable figures like the duck rabbit, or in shifts in covert attention. Such transformations are non-deductive restructurings of the figure-ground relationship in the field of consciousness. Another possibility is that what Bhattacharya has in mind is the idea that absence experience provides non-inferential reasons for knowledge of absence, so that the transformation in question is one from perceptual experience into judgment. This would then constitute a dogmatic claim about the justification of judgments about absence. As Jim Pryor puts it, the dogmatist about perceptual justification says that when it perceptually seems to you as if P is the case, you have a kind of justification for believing P that does not presuppose or rest on your justification for anything else, which could be cited as an argument for P. To have this justification for believing P, you need only have an experience that represents P as being the case. According to the naive realist, to claim that a perceptual episode is presentational is to claim that the mind-independent objects and their qualities are constitutive of the episode in a manner such that those objects and qualities determine the phenomenal character of the episode. What then determines the phenomenal character of an episode of absence experience? Bhattacharya writes that an object may be directly known to be now absent, to be present as absent, in this sense, a paradoxical phrase to be justified presently. So let me attempt a reconstruction of his analysis of the paradoxical concept of presence as absent and compare it against contemporary theories of absence experience. Images have an essential role to play in Bhattacharya's analysis of absence experience, for it's only by way of an imagined contrast that of all the absences that are there in the room, one particular and specific absence, that of my book, is the one I attend to. A target for my visual search is provided by a mental image of the missing book. Absence experience then consists in a sort of pop-out attention, the object's absence jumping out in the perceived scene, having been made salient by imagining a scene in which it's present. Bhattacharya claims that a perceptual experience of the book being absent is, quote, with the conscious imagination of the book as found being distinct from it, adding that one may come to imagine the room as with the book, and then realise its absence in reference to this imagined content. To imagine the absence of an object at a perceived place, therefore, is to superimpose a mental image of the object onto the perceived scene, the contrast with the actual contents of the perceived scene causing one's attention to be grabbed by the object's absence. So the experience of absence involves what Briscoe calls make-perceive, the augmentation of reality by means of the superimposition of a mental image, and a contrast between a scene thus augmented and the scene as it is actually given. As an illustration of all these various facets of Bhattacharya's analysis, consider René Magritte's well-known painting, Man with a Newspaper. Let's suppose that our attention moves clockwise from upper left to upper right, and then from lower right to lower left. The upper left frame cues an expectation, so that what grabs our attention when we attend to the upper right frame is the absence of the man with the newspaper. One's perceptual experience is of the absence of the man in the room. The lower right frame familiarises us with the new situation, however, and by the time we arrive at the lower left frame, we no longer expect to see the man, but now expect not to see him, or else have no expectation at all. So the quality of our visual experience of the fourth scene differs from that of the second. What we now see is the room as unoccupied, as wearing an unoccupied look, rather than the man's absence. Bhattacharya's claim, I think, is that the difference is in how the scene is perceived, rather than in what is perceived. An experience of absence, then, is one in which the field of consciousness is structured into figure and ground, and where mental imagery supplies an image of the absent object. In his earlier writings, Bhattacharya exploits a new concept of what he calls negative attention. He says, this is from a paper from 1914, "We know the absence of an object, say a book on the table, by a faculty which is neither perception nor inference. It's not perception, for the absence gives no sensation, and it cannot be inference, for inference must be based on perception. The faculty, however, being there, it may be helped out by the perception or inference. The non-existence of a book on the table is an objective fact known by negative attention, defined by relation to the facts obtained by positive attention." Negative attention here is attention to wants, lacks, losses and lacunae, to the missing and the misplaced. And negative attention continues to form an important function in Bhattacharya's thought, even when he subsequently changes his mind about the status of absence experience as perceptual. When attention is given to something present, the perceived figure is a unified and consolidated whole. That's why it can stand out against the background, as in the case of the numeral 4 in the diagram figure 3. As Gerwich put it, the figure is a Gestalt contexture, organised as a unitary whole of varying degrees of richness in detail, which, by virtue of its intrinsic articulation and structure, possesses coherence and consolidation, and thus detaches itself as an organised and closed unit from the surrounding field. An absence lacks any such structure. It's presented as lacking in spatial contours or location. So negative attention to absence, Bhattacharya says, is the consciousness of presentness without space position. Or as Sartre put it, Pierre's absence haunts the cafe and is not localised in any particular place within the cafe. So the absence of my sought-for book is not a Gestalt contexture. The absence itself is not a figure against a background. Rather, what we should say is that this absence is a vacancy in the figure position. Although my experience is structured so as to have the book as figure and the room as ground, the book is not there. Sven Arvidsson echoes Bhattacharya when he puts it that the figure is presented as absent. He writes, sometimes the theme is evanescent, as in Sartre's famous example of looking for Pierre in the cafe, and he's not there. Everywhere in the cafe what's attended to is Pierre presented as absent against the contextual background of the cafe. It's like searching for the hidden weeds among a thick lawn cover. The content in thematic attention is not nothing, it's something. As soon as the weed presents itself as theme, the previous theme of weed presented as absent, an evanescent flickering of thematic content, is replaced by the weed as present. Now, this distinction is hard to keep in mind as long as we allow ourselves to be in the grip of the metaphor of attention as a spotlight. Gerwich was himself strongly critical of this metaphor because it implies that only the theme is illuminated in consciousness while the rest of the field is in darkness. If there are fields of consciousness in which absence is thematic, the metaphor is doubly misleading, because an absence is not the right type of thing to be illuminated. The way it shows up and is made thematic is not by being lit up in a torchlight's beam. What we need to make sense of the idea of negative attention is Anne Treisman's alternative metaphor, that of attention as a window. The window analogy, she writes, implies that irrelevant features are actively excluded or suppressed, perhaps because, without attention, random conjunctions of the features present are unconsciously formed. And again she writes, selection is controlled extrinsically by a spatial aperture or window that can be narrowly focused or more widely opened. Suppose what we're searching for is a blue horizontal, there being no blue horizontal among the presented shapes, all of which are red or vertical. What we should now say is that the window of attention is open only to those feature conjunctions that meet the search criterion, so that there is, in this case, nothing in the window of attention. Attention to absence is a sort of limit case in the model of attention as a window of exclusion, the case where what is in the window is the absence of anything meeting the search criterion, everything having been excluded. The search is guided by a mental picture of a blue horizontal, defining what the window is open to. The figure position is the shape of the window, the frame, defined as what's not excluded. It's a kind of anyapoa, as Dignaga might have said. The frame is determined by an image of a blue horizontal, excluding anything non-blue and non-horizontal. The figures presenting as absent is represented in this metaphor by the windows being empty. There's nothing that the window is open to. So, what determines the phenomenal character of an experience of absence is not an object occupying the figure position, a mind-independent object of perceptual acquaintance, but rather a vacancy within the figure position, a position circumscribed by mental imagery. Mental imagery is what defines the frame of the window of attention itself, and the absence of anything within the window as so framed is what gives meaning to the concept of the presence as absent of the absent object. Something of this same idea is captured by Sartre when he writes in his book The Imaginary of the imagined Pierre as being such that this Pierre in relation to whom the situation is defined is precisely Pierre absent, although he otherwise conflates the distinction between the idea of an absence as itself the figure and the different idea of an emptiness in the figure position. As Bhattacharya put the matter in a later essay entitled Objective Interpretation of Percept and Image, 1936, he wrote, "To be conscious of a spatial object as perceived is to be conscious of a percept, and to be conscious of it as unperceived is to be conscious of an image." Yet, as we saw in our discussion of direct representationalism, the first lecture, we should not conflate the role of the image as provider of content with the different idea of the object of perception. A visual template of the absent object performs a certain role in the mechanism of absence experience, and in many cases, it's better to think of the role as more like a subconscious visual template than consciously experienced imagery. In his neglected book, The Subject of Consciousness, Cedric Evans characterises this role as consisting in serving as a guiding idea, insofar as it provides the searcher with a success condition for their search. He says, "It may be that he has in mind a certain image of what Pierre might be looking like and how he might be seated. He would then be looking for that state of affairs, and nothing that did not gel with the image would be the focus of attention. The image will guide the search." Evans is right to say that, to continue, we may look upon a guiding idea as a partial filter that lets through those noticings that are germane to the search, and at the same time keeps down the number of extraneous noticings. But this guiding idea cannot itself be conceived of as the object of attention during the search. Were it to become so, instead of prosecuting the search, the attender would at best be engaged in planning a search, and at worst he would be merely distracted by an idea. Well, let me next compare Bhattacharya's analysis, insofar as I've tried to reconstruct it, with contemporary work on absence experience. Anna Faranikova proposes a model of absence perception, according to which the experience of an absence is the experience of a mismatch between what's expected and what's perceived in the course of a visual search. She writes, visual experience of O's absence consists in an object-level mismatch between O's template generated by visual working memory and a percept of the observed stimulus. Thus, you are certain that you had brought your keys into the house. You look and look, but the keys are nowhere to be found. Here's a breakdown of the process. Prior to searching, you generate a visual template of the keys in your working memory. Next, you project this template and match it against the places where you typically leave your keys, where in projection you attend to the template of your keys for the purpose of comparing it with the world. An experience of the absence of your keys will involve a mismatch between their template and the places viewed during search. A respect in which Faranikova's account improves on Bhattacharya's is in its appeal to visual templates rather than mental images. She writes that one might be tempted to think of visual templates as images or visualizations of the absent object. But this way to conceptualize templates may invite confusion. Images often refer to mental pictures consciously or intentionally generated by the subject. Although perception of absence often uses templates of that sort, for example, an image of your laptop may flash before your eyes when you discover its absence. It doesn't have to. Templates of objects may be produced at the subpersonal level, projected involuntarily, and lack the vivacity of conscious imagery. Importantly, she notes that templates need not be conceptual. Quote, while time constraints, memory flaws, or lack of the relevant conceptual apparatus may prevent us from appropriately cognizing an absence, they don't prevent us from experiencing one. That's another point in favour of a perceptualist account of absence experience over Dharmakirti's belief-based account. An important difference between the accounts has to do with their explanations of the phenomenology. What is it like to experience absence? The phenomenology of absence, Faranikova writes, is the experience of incongruity. Martin and Dockick point out, however, that feelings of incongruity are metacognitive, and that if her claim is correct, it would be redundant to postulate a perceptual experience of absence over and above a metacognitive affect. They argue that the mismatch in question can equally well be interpreted as giving rise not to a perceptual experience of absence, but to a meta-perceptual feeling of surprise or unexpectedness. In their metacognitive account, we do not see absences, but we may feel surprised when there's an absence of seeing, a feeling whose function, they say, is to help the subject to avoid or reduce epistemic inconsistency. So an absence perceptualist ought not to be committed to the thesis that incongruity constitutes the phenomenology of absence. And indeed, neither surprise nor incongruity is essential to the phenomenology of absence experience. Cavenden and Taylor offers, as a counterexample, tactually perceiving a tooth to be absent in one's mouth after its extraction. He characterises the phenomenology thus. He says, the gap is not merely perceived as an empty space between two objects, i.e. the teeth that mark the boundaries of the gap. Rather, it's tactually perceived as a location at which a tooth is now missing. Something once experienced as present within your mouth is now experienced as lacking. In such a case, there's no feeling of surprise, and so the phenomenology of surprise is not central to any analysis of absence perception. While a feeling of incongruity may often accompany the experience of absence, especially in cases of failed search and thwarted expectation, such feelings do not constitute the phenomenology. The right account of the phenomenology is that it's one of negative attention, of an experience with a figure ground structure where the figure position is empty. Cavenden Taylor writes, Forenikova is wrong about incongruity constituting the phenomenology of absence experience. A second difficulty with Forenikova's account has to do with the central role it gives to expectations. If absence experience is a matter of violations of expectations in unsuccessful searches, what about cases when an object's absence is expected? Forenikova argues that we should rethink the nature of the mismatches in question, which are, she says, to be understood not as errors or discrepancies between what we expect and what we see, but as contrast between what we project from memory and imagination and what we see. Thus, even if you expect a person to be absent, you still confirm their absence by the process of projection and mismatch described. So in expectation-based accounts of absence perception, expectations matter for perception of absence because they explain why we activate, project, and match templates of certain objects. That is to say, templates signal not only what objects one expects to be present, but also what objects one expects to be absent. Forenikova's own examples of expected absence are tourists travelling in the desert will expect to see no trees. An observer will expect the sun to disappear behind the ocean line. Yet, and I think this is precisely why Bhattacharya distinguishes absential looks from absence experience in failed search, a place can look bare or empty without there being any expectation at all. So let me turn to the topic of absential looks. Bhattacharya's idea is that in cases like the ones just mentioned, the desert landscape simply wears an empty or bare look, where such absential looks do not imply or require any expectation either to see a tree or to see its absence. The second kind of absence experience he identifies do not involve failed visual search, are not grounded in expectation, and are not associated with a phenomenology of surprise or incongruity. Brian O'Shaughnessy has also identified absence experience of this second sort, writing, instead of the expected signature at the end of a letter, you see a blank white paper. You say, I saw that there was no name. This reports an experience of absence, which is not to be confused with effective experiences like surprise, which frequently attend it. The experience happened as you saw it and registered the presence of a pure expanse of white. You say, in seeing the white, I saw there was no signature, therefore timing the experience and internally linking it to the seeing of white. What can be the nature of this link? What sort of in-seeing is this? I submit, he continues, that the experience of seeing the absence of X is a cognitive experience such that we experience the visual object as a presence endowed with a negative property. For example, we see the pure expanse of white as an unsigned upon white expanse, and, so to say, bereft in a certain regard. Bhattacharya himself introduces the idea by way of a new example in which one becomes aware that there used to be a tree in the field in which one is now standing, a tree that has now gone. He writes, a tree, for example, was observed in the past, for example, was observed in the past with a tree standing on it, which might or might not have been particularly noticed at the time. The observer comes to the place when the tree has been removed and finds a new bare look about the place. He may not know that it's the absence of the tree that makes the difference, but he notices the difference, bareness or absence. The absence of the tree is known as a character of the locus, the perceived field where the tree stood. The tree may not be definitely remembered, but if remembered, it's recognised to be the specification of the absence that continues to be known, the place not ceasing to wear the bare look because of the definite memory. As the place is perceived, absence as a character of the place may also claim to be perceived. There is, however, a distinction between the sense in which absence is a character and that in which a quality like colour is a character of the place. The place in being perceived with the bareness or absence is, if not perceived then at least imagined, as what need not have the character, being presented as with a new look, or in other words, as distinct from what it might be. But to perceive the place with a colour is not necessarily to imagine that it might be without it. The perceived locus of absence being imagined in the very perception of it as without the absence is only a floating adjective that, unlike colour, is felt to be dissociated from the locus. The perception of the absence may be called aesthetic or imaginative perception to distinguish it from ordinary perception. So the field is perceived, and it's perceived as looking bare, as lacking in some as yet inspecific way. I've not yet consciously remembered the tree, but simply see the field as having a bare look about it. I might retrieve a memory of the field as it was, perhaps indeed by journeying back to the field in episodic memory or mental time travel. I compare in imagination the contents of my retrieved memory with the presented scene, memory now supplying imagination with an image to be manipulated. There's thus a distinction between the field's looking bare as having an empty look and its looking green. Bareness is a floating adjective in the sense that in attributing it of a place, one imagines the place as what need not have it. Part of what it is to see the field as bare is to imagine it as otherwise, an aesthetic or imaginative perception, as opposed to the ordinary perception of qualities like colour, simple givens in the seen environment. So consider what you might experience if you go to visit the Sycamore Gap. We might distinguish between two cases. In the first, you don't know that the tree has been cut down, and what you experience is the mismatch between what you'd expected to see and what you in fact see. Here, surprise and incongruity accompany the experience. In the second case, you do know that the tree has gone, and your experience is not driven by incongruity and surprise. Rather, you experience the veil as having, in Bhattacharya's words, an empty look. Something similar is perhaps true of the way the world appears to one who is grief-struck. It's not the absence of the person that strikes one, but a certain emptiness in the world itself. We might think of the role of mental imagery in such cases in terms of the concept of solicitation. Hubert Dreyfus explains that affordance, a term introduced by Gibson, is used to describe objective features of the world in terms of their meaning to the creatures that use them. Thus, a hole affords hiding to a rabbit, but not to an elephant. To us, floors afford walking on, apples afford eating. Dreyfus notes that the Gestaltists were unhappy with the term affordance. They were interested not in our perception of objective features in the world, but in how such features are related to the needs and interests of perceivers. So they introduced the term solicitations. For Gibson, an apple affords eating, i.e. is edible, whether anyone is hungry or not. But the Gestaltist adds that only when one is hungry does an apple solicit eating, i.e. look delicious. So it's not that I now see the field simply as an expanse of green grass. It presents itself as a question, what used to be here? Imagining the place as with the tree is a condition on perceiving it aesthetically or imaginatively as without it, a condition which is met by regarding the tree as a solicitation of a particular sort, namely a solicitation to imagine the contrary. The tree, insofar as it's seen not merely as a green expanse, but as wearing a bare look, solicits imagining it as adorned. Now let me, in the final section, comment further on why Bhattacharya calls this aesthetic perception. I agree with Richard Volheim's claim that there are two projects for which our perceptual capacities might be enlisted. One project is to satisfy our visual interest or curiosity about an object present to the senses, Volheim's term for which is seeing face to face. Another project, however, is to have perceptual experiences of things that are not present to the senses, that is to say, both of things that are absent and also things that are non-existent. This, he says, involves the cultivation of a special kind of visual experience, which fastens upon certain objects in the environment for its furtherance, which is to say, visions of things not present now come about through looking at things present. The hallmark of such cultivated visual experience, which Volheim calls seeing in, is an indifference to or dissociation from the details of the thing present, because the spectator's essential concern is with the further visual experience of that which is absent. Seeings in are twofold, where twofoldness, he says, is the thesis that my visual attention must be distributed between two things, the requirement that I attend simultaneously to the object which is present and the one which is absent. And for Volheim, seeing in is a mode of perceptual experience unique to the experience of pictures and other representational works of art. Why does Bhattacharya describe experiences of absence as aesthetic experiences? There is indeed an analogy between absence experience and the perception of representational artworks. Nyāya philosophers have almost nothing to say about pictorial or other sorts of depictive perception. But I want to note that there are several intriguing points of affinity between our perception of depictions and our perception of absences. First of all, in both cases, an absence is in play. As Volheim writes, pictorial experiences are perceptual experiences of things that are not present to the senses, that is to say, both of things that are absent and also of things that are non-existent. Likewise, whenever it's an absence which is seen, there is always something that is absent, a thing we might call the counterpositive of the absence, or simply the absentee. In the last lecture, my intention is to look at what Sanskrit theorists have said about the audience's perceptual experience in watching a play, when, of course, the portrayed subject isn't really there. A second point of comparison is that in both cases, the thing that is absent might be some particular thing, or simply a thing of a certain kind. Volheim writes, told of a painting that it represents, say, a young woman, we might ask, which young woman? Now, for some pictures like the Ingress portrait, there's no answer to this question, even if the actual person we ask turns out not to know it. There is an answer to this question, even if the actual person we ask turns out not to know it. In such case, the picture represents a particular object. However, for other pictures, such as the genre picture by Manet, there's no answer to the question, and asking the question shows only that we've misunderstood what we've been told. In such cases, the painting represents merely an object or event of a particular kind. Volheim argues that this distinction does not apply in the case of seeing face to face. He says, if I claim to see a young woman face to face, I cannot, when asked which young woman, beg off and say that the question doesn't apply, and that to ask it only betrays a misunderstanding of what I've said. A similar distinction applies in the case of perceptual experience of what's absent. The absence I report myself to see in a room might be that of a particular individual, or it might be of any object of a particular kind. The Nyāya philosophers encode this point in their distinction between specific and generic absences, vishesha bhava and samanya bhava. Indeed, an experience of the absence of the depicted subject is essential in our experience of representational artworks. So consider an iconic representation, such as the empty throne which represents the Buddha in early Buddhist art. Part of what it is to experience this as a representation of the Buddha is to have an experience of the Buddha's absence, which necessarily involves mental imagery of the Buddha himself. So the way in which an empty throne can depict the Buddha is precisely because of the way in which absence experience trades on mental imagery generated by the perceiver. And given that this process is subject-specific, the single empty throne represents the Buddha in as many ways as there are observers of it. So I'm going to have much more to say about the role of absence experience in aesthetics in the next final lecture. So thank you very much.
So welcome back to what is sadly the final lecture in this wonderful series, and it's going to be on seeing in the theatre.
So seeing in the theatre. So what goes on in the minds of an audience as they watch a play? Writing in the early 14th century, the literary critic Vidya Chakravartin would say that in everyday contexts, perceptual experience is determinate and has two forms, correct and illusory. Neither has any relation to figuration, alankara. If you correctly identify a pearl oyster shell, or if you wrongly perceive it as silver, In neither case is there anything striking. What we take for figuration is a projection distinct from both of the above, in which, while knowing the distinction, we say, this thing is in that thing. The result is an unearthly strikingness. There is, it's been suggested, and as I mentioned at the end of the last lecture, a contrast between a pair of distinct projects for which our perceptual capacities might be recruited. As well as encountering the world face to face, so to speak, in our everyday perceptual commerce with the environments which surround us, even if sometimes don't look the way they are, the project for which Nyāya, as we've seen in earlier lectures, provides an exemplary analysis. Another thing we can do with perception is to see what's depicted on a marked and coloured surface, for example, or in the gestures and demeanour of an actor. Vidya Chakravartin here anticipates by many centuries Richard Wollheim, who also describes the type of seeing relevant to perceiving artworks as a kind of seeing in, and contrasts it with ordinary seeing, veridical or illusory. Vidya Chakravartin suggests that the difference between seeing face to face and seeing in is phenomenological, the latter having, as he puts it, an unearthly strikingness, a laukika vichitta, absent in the former. Wollheim too identifies the distinction as being a phenomenological one, writing that what's distinctive of seeing in is the phenomenology of the experiences in which it manifests itself. Looking at a suitably marked surface, we're visually aware at once of something in front of or behind something else. I understand it in terms of a single experience with two aspects, which I call configurational and recognitional. Of these two aspects, I've claimed that they are phenomenologically incommensurate with the experience of perceptions, that is, of the surface or of nature from which they derive. For the classical Indians, it was in the performing arts that the basic model for any theory of spectatorial engagement was to be sought. And my goal in this lecture will be to develop an analysis of an audience's experience in attending theatre. Lamenting the fact that issues to do with how spectators come to grasp the contents of theatrical performances are rarely addressed in theatre studies. James Hamilton has recently described those issues as the new questions for theatre theory. Yet the philosopher I want to discuss, Sri Shankukha, already provided an answer at the end of the first millennium, an answer which he believed was flexible enough to generalise to cases of depictive representation outside of theatre. In the alchemy of a theatrical performance, from a cacophony of voices and movements, backdrops and beams of light, there emerges an emotion, not, to be sure, the emotion of the director or the playwright, nor even of the actors and audience members, but an emotion that belongs properly only to the performance itself, and in which consists its particular and essential flavour, its rasa. Such is the opinion of Bharata, author of the Natya Shastra, the treatise on drama, a canonical work of dramatology in Sanskrit aesthetics. Before long, an actor appears on stage, and your first thought is, who is this? You look for clues in their costume, gait, demeanour, and gesticulations. You attend to what, if anything, they have to say. What exactly is it that you're trying to figure out? The identity of the character, the figure performed by the actor, obviously, the narrative that they're a part of, and eventually the emotion expressed by the performance as a whole, the rasa of the play. In a moment, perhaps you'll be given a name, let's say Rama, and you'll now have two dossiers of information in your head, two mental files, one for the actor playing a part and another for the character thus being played. You will sometimes have a third mental file too for the play's subject, the real or mythical Rama himself. You attend more closely to the actor's gestures, gait, posture, their interactions with the setting and with other actors on stage, all of which you understand as intimations of the actions of the character Rama, of his thoughts, motivations, and especially of his feelings. You think to yourself a thought of the form, so this is the happy Rama. But in doing so, you are evidently not assenting to the idea or falling under the illusion that the actor and the character whose role they play are numerically one and the same. You're perfectly well aware that the actor you see is an actor and the character they play is a character. To borrow a term that's by now well entrenched in the philosophy of the visual arts, what you do is to see the character in the actor and to see their emotions and other states of mind in the demeanour of the actor. Such an experience of Volheimian seeing in is the outcome of the exercise of a cognitive ability which consists in attending to theatrical elements, identifying in them the character here, Rama, and his emotional state here, happiness. Consider an example discussed by theatre historian Julia Walker. A Boston socialite, Anna Quincy, recorded in 1833 in her diary the effect on her of Fanny Kemble's performance of Bianca in Henry Millman's play Fazio. Quincy records that the moment which I think produced most effect on the house was the moment when Fazio is about to be led off to execution in the prison. She, Bianca, has just been imploring the jailer to delay a few minutes in the most passionate manner when the bell tolls, the sound of which seems to turn her into marble. She stood riveted on the spot, her eyes fixed, her cheek pale and ashen. Fazio embraces her, but she is entirely insensible of it, and he's led off the stage, leaving her a solitary figure. She stood, I should think, 5 moments, a perfect statue, and the death-like stillness that reigned over the crowded audience, every person seeming to hold their breath, was very striking. She stood the bloodless image of despair until the bell tolled again. Noticing the way that the personal pronoun she shifts its reference between actor and character, Walker speaks of Quincy's double consciousness of the theatrical event, who, she says, is both inside the imaginative fiction of the play and outside it, observing Kemble's technique as a discerning connoisseur, describing the process as an oscillating dynamic in which audiences shift back and forth between an imaginative inside and a practical outside. Yet in framing Quincy's engagement in such terms, Walker has, in effect, repeated the idea that art is an illusion, the idea made popular by Ernst Gombrich, and in rejection of which Wollheim put forward instead the concept of seeing in. Looking at a suitably marked surface, Wollheim writes, we're visually aware at once of something in front of or behind something else. I call this feature of the phenomenology twofoldness, originally concerned to define my position in opposition to Gombrich's account, which postulates 2 alternating perceptions, now canvas, now nature, conceived of on the misleading analogy of now duck, now rabbit. I identified, Wollheim says, twofoldness with 2 simultaneous perceptions, one of the pictorial surface, the other of what it represents. As applied to Walker's example, my point would be that it's in seeing Kemble's comportment standing solitary and in death-like stillness that Quincy sees Bianca's despair, that despair being, for the Sanskrit critic, the rasa of the performance. Well, what I've just presented is a succinct paraphrase of a philosophy of theatre due to a Sanskrit aesthetician who lived in Kashmir in the 9th century CE, whose name was Sri Shankuka. Not much is known about Sri Shankuka. There's speculation that the central role he assigns to cognition in spectatorial experience proves him to have been a Buddhist in the line of Dharmakirti. His work is lost to us, and all we now have to go on are snapshots of his view in later writings, especially the new dramatic art, the Abhinava Bharati of Abhinavagupta, and Mamata's illumination of poetry, the Kavya Prakasha. His attempt to argue that the fundamental intellectual virtue on display in audience engagement is a cognitive one was to prove short-lived, soon to be displaced by Abhinavagupta with a rival view, that what is of fundamental importance is an affective virtue, the ability to respond to the play with emotions of a distinctly aesthetic sort. Sri Shankuka's view is presented by Abhinavagupta as being that on the strength of signs, the causes known as factors, the effects consisting in the reactions, the auxiliary causes, namely the transitory emotions, which, though artificial, kritrima, since they're acquired by human effort and not admitted as such, we apprehend as existing in the actor a stable emotion that's an imitation of the stable emotion in the main character, Rama, say. And precisely because it's an imitation, it's designated by the special term rasa. Sheldon Pollock writes that Sri Shankuka's key argument in aesthetics is primarily an epistemological one, namely how rasa is apprehended. Because we can't directly perceive emotion, we must infer it, and he understands rasa as an imitation, an anukarana or anukriti, in the actor of the stable emotion in the main character. But I think that we should be very careful here. The view is that actors' comportments express characters' emotional states, and in attending to their comportments, spectators perceive those emotions, such perceptual acts requiring the critical engagement of spectators' rational faculties. In speaking here of an imitation, anukarana, I suggest that Sri Shankuka has nothing more complicated in mind than the basic idea which motivates the contour theory of musical expression. According to this theory, an expression of, say, melancholy in music is similar in contour to a facial, vocal, or behavioral expression of melancholy, but is in fact just a melancholy look and not an expression that manifests anybody's melancholy state. As Davis puts it, just as a willow can be sad-looking or a person's face happy-looking, music can present an expressive appearance in its sound without regard to anybody's felt emotions. So to say that an actor imitates the emotion of the character they enact need mean nothing more than that they assume an expressive look, a look whose function in normal circumstances is to indicate that emotion. And in his use of the term inference, anumana, to describe the cognitive state of the spectator, Sri Shankuka should be read as implying nothing more than that the state in question has a component of identification, the identification of the character being played and of the emotion being expressed. So when the phenomenologist Max Scheler writes that we certainly believe ourselves to be directly acquainted with another person's joy in his laughter, with his sorrow and pain in his tears, and with his shame in his blushing, with his entreaty in his outstretched hands. If anyone tells me that this is not perception, I would beg him to address the phenomenological facts. We can agree that it's possible to see an emotion in a look, acknowledging that there is space in a theory of seeing in the theatre for discernment, recognition, and empathy. So this then is Sri Shankuka's theory of what it is for an actor to be seen as performing in the figure of a character. Now, in Sri Shankuka, we have, for the first time in Sanskrit literature, an explicit discussion of the audience's mental state. In a famous passage, Sri Shankuka has the following to say. In this process, none of the following notions arises in us. The actor is actually the happy Rama, or the actor is not, in fact, Rama and not really happy when we had first thought him to be the happy Rama, or that he may or may not be Rama, or that he's similar to Rama. The 12th century poetician Mamata restates Sri Shankuka's idea with perhaps great clarity, writing, "The perception of the spectator is quite distinct from cognitions that are true, false, dubious, or based on similarity, such as he, the actor, is Rama and Rama is he, or he is Rama, but no, a later cognition rules out the first and shows us that he's not Rama, or that he might or might not be Rama, or that he's similar to Rama. Rather," Mamata says, "it's like looking at a painting of a horse." So Shankuka provides a complex and intriguing analysis of the phenomenology in play when a theatre-goer watches a performance of the Ramayana, wherein an actor plays Rama, happy in his love for Sita. One is not, he says, misled by the depiction into believing that the real or mythical Rama stands before one. Nor, however, does this perception fall into the category of perceptual illusion. It's not that the performance tricks one's eyes into an illusion that there is Rama there. Some have indeed suggested that perception in theatre is a matter of illusion, that staging, lighting, and performance trick the senses into misperceiving the characters themselves. An illusion sometimes described as being under the spell of the play. So Ibsen could demand of the director of An Enemy of the People that the staging should not disturb the illusion that everything is real and that one is sitting and watching something that's actually taking place in real life. Without offering further reasons, however, Sri Shankuka here dismisses the entire concept of theatrical illusion. When I see Rama, I'm clearly not making a metaphysical claim with respect to the identity of Rama with the actor. Neither am I gullibly suffering under an illusion or suspending my disbelief. Despite the long history of the idea, this cannot, for Sri Shankuka, be what theatrical immersion consists in. Nor am I sitting there quite unsure whether it's Rama or an actor that I'm looking at, or simply taking stock of a resemblance between the two. Sri Shankuka rejects the idea that a similarity or resemblance is in play. The audience do not see in the actor a resemblance to Rama, a mimetic copy of Rama. They see Rama in the actor. Sri Shankuka's subtle formulation of the point is that the spectator of a drama merely sees Rama without seeing Rama in actuality. Employing the Sanskrit particle eva in its restrictive sense, and with a meaning of actually or in reality, he says, continuing the previous quotation, rather it's like looking at a painting of a horse and has the form, here is the happy Rama. To quote, there's no appearance of doubt or indeed of truth or falsity. We have the thought, this is him, but not this is him in actuality. As David Shulman puts it, the logical status of the spectator's cognition can be stated as this is that, asav I am, a statement that's distinct from this is really that, asav eva I am. In describing the content of the spectator's experience as consisting in seeing Rama but not seeing Rama in actuality, a distinction is drawn between what's seen face to face and what's seen in the performance. For here, Sri Shankuka seemingly avails himself of Dharmakirti's analysis of the logic of the particle eva, whose inclusion serves to disambiguate three readings of the sentence S sees Rama, that S alone sees Rama, that S sees only Rama, and that S indeed sees Rama, where the readings exclude a lack of a relation between subject and object, so that what's being denied in the present case is that the actual Rama stands in a perceptual relationship with the viewer. Sri Shankuka's subtle deployment of the logic of the particle eva is further evidence that he belongs to the tradition of Dharmakirti. Seeing face to face requires it to be the case that subject and object stand in a perceptual relationship, not similarly at play when the seeing is in the theatre. Or rather, as Volheim would himself stress in a later version of his account, what's in play is a single experience with several aspects. Volheim refers to a configurational aspect, which is, in the case of a painting, an awareness of the marked surface itself, and a recognitional aspect concerning a depicted object in the marked surface. But an ambiguity in Volheim's terminology is exposed when we try to carry it over to the case of theatrical seeing in. An ambiguity in the expression depicted object. For while it's clear enough that the analogue of the configurational aspect is the awareness of the actor themselves, are we to say that the analogue of the recognitional aspect is an awareness of the character played by the actor, or is it rather the real subject of the play, the real or mythical Rama himself? Sri Shankuka's subtle formulation is in effect a disambiguation of the concept of the depicted object. What's depicted is the character Rama, not the actual Rama. This doesn't preclude the possibility that an awareness of the actual Rama is also an aspect of the theatrical experience, for the audience's prior acquaintance, if not with Rama himself, then with details about him, may penetrate the phenomenology of their perception of the depicted character. So in distinguishing between merely seeing Rama and seeing Rama in actuality, Sri Shankuka has, in effect, provided a semantic distinction between seeing in and seeing face to face. And the suggestion is that the former involves, as the latter does not, the character. All this is put by Sri Shankuka in the claims that the actor imitates, that is, configures the expressive look of, the character's stable emotion, and that the audience infers, that is, identifies or recognizes the character's emotion in the look of the actor. In his argument that theatre-goers are cognitively engaged observers, Sri Shankuka anticipates one of Brecht's ideas about a new way of doing theatre. Brecht's experiment in what he calls non-Aristotelian drama aims to inculcate in the spectator a critical attitude. He says, we have to make it possible for the spectator to take a critical attitude while he's in the theatre, as opposed to a subjective attitude of becoming completely entangled in what's going on. Brecht writes that it's a common truism of the Aristotelian type of play that the audience, once it's in the theatre, is not a number of individuals, but a collective individual, a mob, which must and can be reached only through its emotions, whereas the latter theatre holds that the audience is a collection of individuals capable of thinking and of reasoning, of making judgments even in the theatre. It treats it as, i.e. the audience, as individuals of mental and emotional maturity, and believes it wishes so to be regarded. Later on in his short organum to the theatre, Brecht says that the principle that the actor appears on the stage in a double role, as Lawton and as Galileo, that the showman Lawton does not disappear in the Galileo whom he's showing, comes to mean simply that the tangible, matter-of-fact process is no longer hidden behind a veil, that Lawton is actually there, standing on the stage and showing us what he imagines Galileo to have been. Notice Brecht's description of the actor's double role, specifically their appearance both as actor and as character. That's the theatrical analogue of Volheimian twofoldness in pictorial experience. Brecht adds that the actor no longer has to persuade the audience that it's the author's character and not himself that's standing on stage, recommending a theatre in which, he says, there are no illusions that the player is identical with the character and the performance with the actual event. In attending to a performance, then, you employ intellectual skills which you also employ outside of the playhouse, especially skills of recognition and empathy. And you also employ intellectual skills that are specific to the theatrical context, an understanding of the role of the conventions of performance. You deserve credit for this epistemic achievement, credit which might be expressed by saying that you've understood the play, without that implying either a refined appreciation of the artistry of the performance as theatre, still less, says Sri Shankuka, an effective response to what you've seen. Now let me say more about the analogy between paintings and plays. Sri Shankuka famously compares the perceptual experience an audience enjoys in a theatre with the perceptual experience of viewing a painting. Mamata has it that what he says is rather it's like looking at a painting of a horse. The suggestion contrasts sharply with the critic's comment about paintings. As reported by Abhivana Gupta, the critic says, "As to your argument about a cow's being constructed of yellow and other colours of paint, if the sense meant here is manifested, that's patently false, because no real cow is being manifested by the paint as if by a lamp. All that's being produced thereby is a particular configuration, a samuha vishesha, similar to a cow. The painting is the domain of appearance, namely that an entity similar to a cow subsists in a particular arrangement of red and so on, similar to the arrangement of the parts of a cow." Yet if pictorial experience is analogous to theatrical experience, then Sri Shankuka's view about pictures and depictive perception cannot be some form of experienced resemblance theory, according to which, as Lopez puts it, a picture accurately depicts an object only if its spectators experience salient features of its design as similar to salient features of the object. The implication of the analogy is rather that the perception of a picture consists in an experience with two or three aspects corresponding respectively to an awareness of the marked canvas, an awareness of the depicted object, and, if there is any, the background influence of the real subject of the picture. That is to say, when talking about paintings, we must disambiguate the concept of the depicted object, just as Sri Shankuka does when talking about performances. Now, this is to echo some comments of Husserl in his unpublished notes on the themes of representation, image consciousness, and fantasy. Image consciousness is Husserl's term for the kind of experience one has in looking at paintings, sculptures, photographs, films, and theatrical productions. And it differs from ordinary perception, Husserl says, in that it involves not one but three objects. Husserl writes, "We have three objects: the physical image, that is to say, the physical thing made from canvas, marble, and so on, the representing or depicting object, and the represented or depicted object. In a lecture from 1898, he uses the same terminology, writing that if the palace in Berlin hovers before me in a fantasy image, then the palace itself is the subject presented. From this presented subject, however, we distinguish as a second object the image hovering before me. That the image object, which he also calls a perceptual figment, is distinct from the real subject of a painting, is made clear by an example. Husserl writes, "The different objects, the painted surface, the depicted subject, and the perceptual figment that is the image object, are also different focal points of attention. For example, if I contemplate the picture of Raphael's theological subject hanging above my desk, the picture appears to me as a physical thing, as a thing hanging on the wall. I focus my attention on that. Then I change the direction of my contemplation and focus my attention on the image object. There then appears to me an achromatic little figure of a woman about 1.5 feet high, tinted only in black and white, and surrounded by 2 cherubs, considerably smaller and tinted in the same way. In a normal contemplation of the picture, I live in the image consciousness. In that case, I focus my attention on something quite entirely different. I see the form of a sublime woman of superhuman size, 2 powerful and large young angels, and so on. I also say of these that they appear, but obviously this does not occur in the proper sense. I see the subject in the image object. The latter is what directly and genuinely appears." Husserl argues that the reason we must distinguish the image object or perceptual figment represented in a picture from the picture's real subject is that the two are, as he puts it, in conflict. The conflict between an achromatic little figure of a woman about 1.5 feet high, tinted only in black and white, and a sublime woman of superhuman size and 2 powerful and large young angels. Figment is a felicitous label because, as Husserl emphasizes, the image object is not presented as actual in the way that a normal perception of the depicted subject is. We now have another way to understand Sri Shankuka's claim that the phenomenology of depiction is expressed in the formula that what one sees is merely Rama and not Rama in actuality. When one sees a horse in the painting, what appears to one as the depicted object is a perceptual figment, which precisely because it conflicts with the real subject, bears the characteristic of unactuality. Whatever the difference is, the main point is that we now have a way to distinguish between seeing in and seeing face to face. Lampert Weissing is explicit about this, writing, None of the positions in perception theory would be of the absurd opinion that there's no difference between the presentation of a real thing, for example, in a shop window or on a tray, and the artificial presence of an image object. the concept of a real presence specifies presence in terms of a worldly kind of presentness with substantial attendance. That's why there can be a non-real or artificial presence, a presence precisely without substantial attendance. Artificial kritrima, manufactured or fabricated, is the word Sri Shankuka too uses to describe the nature of what's depicted on stage. It's also the word used to describe the status of an avatar on Earth. And I think it's best translated as virtual. I think that the objects depicted in paintings and the characters and emotions displayed on stage are virtually real. David Chalmers has defended a version of virtual realism, and he does so by endorsing 5 criteria for reality: existence, causal powers, mind independence, non-illusoriness, and genuineness. He argues that the objects seen in a simulation meet all these criteria. So he writes, for example, do the objects we perceive in a simulated world exist? If I'm in a perfect simulation, does the tree outside my window really exist? My opponent says, no, the tree and the window itself are mere hallucinations. I say, Chalmers says, yes, the tree and the window really exist. At some level, they're digital objects grounded in digital processes in a computer, but they're no less real for that. Chalmers defines simulation realism as the claim that if we're in a perfect simulation, the objects around us are real and not an illusion, putting most of the weight on the 4th criterion, non-illusion. Of Chalmers' criteria, depicted objects seem to me to meet all 5 too. In particular, if we're in the theatre, the characters on stage are not an illusion either. We see them in the characters who play them. We can put Sri Shankuka's point as being that just as a digital tree is not a tree made of organic matter, but is still a real digital tree, so the character Rama is not the real or mythical Rama himself, but is still a real staged Rama. And rasa is real staged emotion. There is, as Sri Shankuka has emphasized, no illusion in the theatre. The characters one sees on stage do, I would argue, exist, have causal powers, are mind independent, are as they seem, and are genuine. Now, in his 2018 paper entitled Threefoldness, Bence Nane sets up the issue in a manner entirely analogous to Sri Shankuka. How does my mind work if I see an apple in a picture, he asks. And how is this mental state different from my mental state when I see an apple face to face? Noting that for Volheim, picture perception consists in simultaneously seeing the painted surface and the depicted object, Nyāya argues that when talking about picture perception, we need to consider not two, but three entities. They are the following: A, the two-dimensional picture surface; B, the three-dimensional object the picture surface visually encodes; and C, the three-dimensional depicted object. Of these, B is a virtual object. It's fully determined by the marks on the picture surface, given the rules of optics, and it has only perceptible properties. We might call B the depiction and C the subject depicted. Nyāya provides three examples, of which two echo those of Husserl. He says, in one of Henri Matisse's portraits of his wife, Madame Matisse's face appears to be entirely green. So B's face is green, but C's face, that is Madame Matisse's face, is not green at all. Again, in the case of black and white photographs, B has no colour, but C does. Nyāya's new appeal is to the nature of caricatures. He writes, when we look at a caricature of, say, Mick Jagger, C is Mick Jagger himself, but B, the three-dimensional object the picture surface visually encodes, has very different features from Mick Jagger himself. B typically has thicker lips, for example. If I don't know how Mick Jagger looks, I will still perceive a person in the picture when I'm looking at the caricature. There is picture perception, but in this case, C is not even represented. But when C is represented, it's represented quasi-perceptually by means of mental imagery. So this gives us the following picture. We have two perceptual states, and at least in some instances of picture perception, also a quasi-perceptual state. We have the perceptual presentation of A, the perceptual presentation of B, and we also have the quasi-perceptual representation, that is the mental imagery of C. And in order to explain the phenomenology of seeing this picture as a caricature of Mick Jagger, we need to take all three of these perceptual, quasi-perceptual states into consideration. Nyāya finds a slight and probably only terminological difference between his and Weissing's accounts. More importantly, he argues that the depicted subject, C, often does influence the phenomenology of the viewer's mental state. Nyāya refers to Delk and Phillenbaum's famous experiment, which shows that if we have to match the colour of a picture of an orange heart to colour samples, we match it differently, closer to the red end of the spectrum, from the way we match the colour of a picture of some other orange shapes. This shows that our recognition of the object in question, the heart, influences the colour we experience it as having. So when we recognise C, we perceive the colour of the surface to be different from when we haven't recognised C. Remember, though, that the depicted subject is absent from the perceived scene just as the real or mythical Rama is absent from the theatrical performance. As Volheim writes, pictorial experiences are perceptual experience of things that are not present to the senses. That is to say, both of things that are absent and also of things that are non-existent. Pictures have a way of presenting things that are absent. As we saw in the last lecture, Krishna Chandra Bhattacharya has provided us with an explanation of the very mechanism Nyāya calls quasi-perception through mental imagery of the absent subject when one perceives a picture. Rather than saying, as Nyāya does, that mental imagery of the absent depicted subject cognitively penetrates the viewer's perception, it's simpler instead to say, in line with Bhattacharya, that negative attention to the depicted subject is, along with simultaneous attention to the surface and the encoded object, what threefoldness consists in. Absence experience, the presentation as absent of the absent object, involves a mechanism of contrast with the presented scene, resulting in an episode of negative attention. Nyāya's mistake is to think that what's involved is a perception of the absent sea rather than a perception of the absence of sea. So let me conclude by returning to where I started. The Nyāya account of perceptual structure, which they called Savikalpika. The Nyāya philosopher might well, had they discussed pictorial experience at all, have said that the seeing in appropriate picture perception is underpinned by the same relation as is appropriate in the case of absence experience. In reports of perceptual experience, we've seen the language of location stands in need of disambiguation. Nyāya philosophers provide a scheme for disambiguation in their claim that the underlying relationship is of one of three kinds. When I talk of feeling a pain in my knee or seeing a buoy in the sea, these philosophers speak of an underlying relationship of contact, samyoga. When one sees a hole in an unoccluded part, such as seeing the entire cat, upon seeing a cat half hidden by a picket fence, that is, in cases of amodal completion, the Nyāya philosophers will disambiguate the locative as standing for the relation of what they call inherence, samavaya. A quirk of their theory is that this is the same relation involved in tying properties to objects, so that seeing an apple as red is paraphrased as seeing redness in the apple. That's why, speaking about Nyāya Sutra 4234, Vatsyayana could say that the question is whether what is seen in some distant object is a person or a tree stump, an idiom equivalent to asking whether it's seen as a person or as a stump. When it comes to the perception of absence, the Nyāya philosopher feels obliged to introduce yet another disambiguation. In saying that one sees the absence of an object in a place, for example, the absence of an elephant in the room, instead of attempting to reduce the case to one of either contact or inherence, Udyotakara declares instead that the locative is to be disambiguated in yet a third way, as standing now for a new relation, which he simply and uninformatively calls the qualification relation, Visheshnata Bhava. So I see an absence of the elephant in the room. We are not told much about the nature of this relation, other than its formal properties preclude it from assimilation to contact or inherence. What I've been arguing is that pictorial seeing in is best explained as a threefold relation between a marked surface, a real depicted subject, and a virtually present, visually encoded object, where this is based on an analogy between pictorial and theatrical seeing in, the latter obtaining between an actor, the real subject of the play, and the character enacted by the actor. What then about absence perception? The Nyāya philosopher conjectures that an equivalent threefoldness is present here too, in seeing the absence of an object at a place. What obtains, they claim, is a threefold relation between the place, the absent object or absentee, and now an absence. So just as pictorial experience requires virtual realism, realism about the virtual objects visually encoded in pictures, so for a Nyāyika, absence experience requires a commitment to absential realism, realism about the absences seen in places. But in these lectures I've departed from Nyāya, and I've been trying to argue instead that, and in a reprisal of Volheim's two perceptual projects hypothesis, that we should regard both absence experience and pictorial experience as belonging to an imagery-based perceptual kind, reserving naive realism, Nyāya realism, for face-to-face perceptual encounters with objects presented as present in one's surroundings. And now, finally, since this is my last lecture, let me take a moment to thank very much Ursula Koop and the whole philosophy department here in Oxford for inviting me to give this year's Locke Lectures. A big thanks too to my colleagues in Toronto, Mohan Matien and Jennifer Nagel. And a very big thanks to Monima Chadha and her husband, Ajay. Thank you very much.